My mom does not know how to read. Sorry.
She doesn't know what?
My mom does not know how to send emails.
Why not?
She just doesn't know how to attach a file to an email and send it.
Why not?
Because she's like 54. 50, yeah, 54.
Okay.
Annoying.
Did you help her?
Yeah. Fucking annoying. Oh my god, I could. Frustrating.
Why is it frustrating, big dog?
Because I've given her opportunity to make this family very, very rich before, and she just doesn't think I say it's just not technology. Like technologically literate.
Is that her fault?
She's just very behind in tech.
Are you advanced? Are you advanced?
In tech?
Yeah.
Probably average. Advanced is the ability to advanced in tech is the ability to build technology or to build the hardware or the software. That's advanced.
Like when I make my robots.
Yeah, yes. I'm not sure if that's advanced or just above average. Depends. You could argue.
Zoot, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 100 companies. I would say that I'm advanced for tech. I have certifications from major organizations like Amazon.
Yep. Can you code?
Yeah.
What language?
Some Python, some PHP, some Ruby on Rails, some JavaScript, some HTML.
Oh, you code.
Word, dog.
When did you learn to code?
Like 8 years ago.
What language did you start with?
That's a good question. HTML and PHP. Now, I'm not super advanced, but I know many of the basics. I can export code. I've exported code in Xcode for iOS to be able to upload it and launch it on the App Store. I've exported Android Studio code onto Google Play, meaning like my edits of the app showed up on the App Store. And that's really rare with any kind of coder or developer. It's usually not the same person who does the coding who actually uploads the app. That's usually multiple people. And when I first started, it was, but I just learned how to do it. But now, even the best coders in the world aren't as good as ChatGPT. So coding is kind of useless now.
I wouldn't say that.
That's what I said, kind of. It's lost a lot of its importance.
I mean, where it is right now.
The best
Yeah,
coder,
where it is right
the
now.
best coder in the world right now is worse than ChatGPT 1 was. And ChatGPT 5 is way better than the best coder in the world. The best coder in the world can't smell the fart of ChatGPT at this point. The best coder in the world, it would take them hours to produce what ChatGPT puts out in 5 seconds. And ChatGPT's code is right. Essentially every time. You don't get
I'm
errors.
gonna say something.
Go ahead.
It's not as good as it could be.
I'm in agreement with you.
If it was good, then we could just have AI build websites and just code anything we wanted it to. But it's not there yet.
That's correct. And what we're anticipating is WSIW YG coding.
I mean, imagine how useless
Zoot, what did I just say?
all these.
Zoot, what did I just say? Zoot, what did I just say?
That it's not advanced enough. And
Zoot, no. I just gave an acronym. What acronym did I give?
What acronym?
What acronym did I give? It's called
I don't know.
WYSIYG coding.
Okay.
Aren't you going to ask what that means?
No. What does it mean?
I thought you weren't going to ask what it means.
What does it mean?
It means what you see is what you get. It's a type of coding where you can just drag and drop. The average person can create a website instantaneously.
How far away are we from that?
We already have it. They already have it with apps. It's just not been made mainstream yet, but we already have it. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then all coders are done. You might have somebody code.
Yeah, so
You might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It would be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistically uses a typewriter for fun or for work. They might do it for fun or enjoyment, or they're a typewriter collector or whatever, but it'll just be seen as something of the past.
So every coding will be so simple that everyone knows how to code. What are you saying?
Yeah, you won't even need to code per se. It would be like making a picture. You just move a mouse on a screen and drag and drop where you want it.
But, yeah, I get what you're saying. Coding would be so simple that every person will be able to do it. It won't be called coding. It will just be.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Hang on, I have to do this.
You do whatever you need to do, pimp.
I'm only going to be like 5 minutes and we can play whatever you want.
Sounds like a plan.
You think think there'll be a lot of opportunity to make money when everything gets simpler?
It's becoming more and more difficult to make money.
Why?
There are powerful organizations and people who basically, whenever you have a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial capital to be able to buy what they need. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't have it. I mean, the United States alone, we have 18 million millionaires. That's a lot of millionaires, and it's growing by like 1 million people every year.
Millionaires, yeah, but those are mostly in property.
That's correct.
Because American property is going crazy because everyone wants to be in America.
That's
correct.
Yeah, but Americans don't want to be in America.
Australian property is also doing really well.
Yeah, it is.
Everyone wants to be in Australia.
That's true. You know,
Yeah.
what?
We have our population's increased by 2 million in like the last 5 years.
Now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truthfully believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people, when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no earthquakes, there are no hurricanes generally where people live. So what they do is they make it seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well. But they'll make it seem like, oh, well, you've got crocodiles. Like, you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the outback. Yeah, you've got those big huntsman spiders, but they're like harmless. You've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can fuck shit up, but like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year than kangaroos. And way true. Do you know how many people get hit deer when they are driving in a car? It's like 50,000 people every year. And it causes and you get killed and like tens of thousands of people a year. It's a danger.
That's because there's more people in America than there is Australia, but there's more kangaroos than deers. Wait, how many deers are in the US?
Doug, that I don't know, but I can tell you that the total amount of people who die from kangaroos a year is far less than deer.
There's more kangaroos than deers. There's more kangaroos in Australia than there are deers in America.
That doesn't matter. And I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Are there more kangaroos in Australia or deer in the United States? Okay. Estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia and 40 million deer in the United States. in 48 states. So it's about the same. Now, let's look at
200 people die from deer every year. It's probably more than kangaroos.
exactly. There you go. But that's just one thing.
I've never heard of anyone dying from kangaroo.
There you go. And like, okay, so you have crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like, you've got dangerous snakes. We have dangerous snakes. And we have not just venomous snakes, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. We have like just the same amount of spiders that'll kill you. So basically what I'm saying to you is you have everything that the United States has everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy paradise year round.
So, okay. There's only been 2 kangaroo deaths in the last 100 years. And it was from the first one was in 1936, and it was head injury sustained from the kangaroo. So it was just the fact that he got injured. He could have survived if he had the proper medical care and he was taken care of. It was just an injury from the kangaroo. The second one was in 2022, and it was a 77-year-old man, and it was a domesticated pet kangaroo in Western Australia.
Doug,
so he died from.
That doesn't count.
So he had a permit. Well,
yeah, I mean it's a pet.
But that's why you don't keep kangaroos as pets. You're not meant to. But if you don't want to die from a kangaroo, don't keep it as a pet.
There you go, pimp. Okay. So
there's no reason to have.
So let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this, living in California, I've never known anyone who has ever known anyone who's ever been injured in an earthquake. It's just like nobody gets hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. So you got earthquakes, we have blizzards that kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that, and heat.
How many people died in the fires?
Like a dozen.
A dozen people died in the fires earlier this year?
Yeah. Just in California. I don't know about other states. What I'm basically saying is that there's a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality, it's actually a paradise. It doesn't snow. You don't have hurricanes. You don't have cyclones. You don't have, you don't have tornadoes. You don't have blizzards. You don't have monsoons. You don't have really any of the issues that the United States has from a weather perspective. And in my opinion, there's a concerted effort for people to downplay purposefully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with foreign investment, and you're basically like part of the Commonwealth and all that other shit. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that there is a concerted effort, especially I would say on the internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place. Because frankly, if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even higher.
They don't do that.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that like that's why on the internet in particular, if you ever like, oh, Australia has a lot of benefits, people will be like, but what about the snakes and what about the spiders and what about the heat and what about the kangaroos and the crocodiles? But it's like the United States basically has all that same stuff, aside from like the kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons. And Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially the world's largest island or continent, however you want to describe it, that's paradise on the coasts. And so, whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, and on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that, people speak English there. It's like the perfect place for Americans to live. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When in reality, like you've never even seen a crocodile. The the huntsman spider, you talk about like it's a pet. It's no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having chlamydia. And it's like, yeah, but are you fucking a koala? It's like, something you see at the zoo. Basically, Australia is a very desirable place, and there's a concerted effort, especially on the internet, to make it not seem like it's paradise, but it really is.
You forgot all the things that could kill you as well. All the things that kill you are either extinct or endangered as well for most of them.
That's true. Like,
Okay, you can get attacked by a great white shark.
dude,
You can get attacked by a great shark,
in the United
white
States,
shark anywhere in the world.
exactly. They have one of the largest ranges in the world.
You can go swimming in the ocean. You can get stuck. You can get killed. The same animals that kill you in the ocean anywhere in the world can kill you in Australia. It's no difference. Like there's no reason. There's no reason. You have great white sharks over in America, right?
100%. But even worse,
they're probably just more.
Great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks, like basically smaller sharks, that lemon sharks. Like they basically are in shallow waters. Great white sharks a lot of times are pretty far away from the coast. I mean, not always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only 50% of our coastline is swimmable. Like the Pacific coast is cold. Even now in August, when I like if I when I go like when I'm not streaming myself and I would go to the beach, even on the warmest day, nobody is in the water without a wetsuit unless they're not from here or they they just going for a little bit because the water's so cold. Uh, it's in the North Pacific Ocean, so it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like bath water, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying is like all of Australia's water is warm. It's very enjoyable for the average human. All of the houses that you see along the Pacific coast, none of the people there go in the water. I mean, it's just not a thing. And like a lot of people think like, well, isn't surfing really big in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the 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 hottest part of the summer, it is the water's just still just generally too cold. I mean, to be enjoyable. Um, when in Florida, it's like bath water. Australia, it's like bath water, and the water's really clear, really clean. Um, like you have fires. United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is a modern thing of the last 10 years. That's not when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australian fires that often.
Not really.
Exactly. And well, I can tell you, like, we get mudslides. You don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really dangerous. Um, so basically, Australia is a very well kept secret of how nice it is. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to buy property is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, your animal laws are very strict. Like if you're gonna bring a dog, it's got to be like um, in quarantine for like 90 days or something. Like they make it really difficult. And yeah, but overall, Australia might be on the entire Earth, maybe like a top 5 destination to live. It the Gold Coast, even Perth is the only issue with Australia is water access. But especially with desalination technology, you could irrigate the entire interior of Australia if you want.
I've heard during COVID, Adelaide, South Australia, when I lived, we had the lowest. We had the lowest COVID cases in like probably in the world.
I could see that because they said that sunshine killed it.
For a metropolitan city.
I could see that.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How are you?
We only.
What up, baby?
We only had it out.
Listen, let me talk.
Hold on. Don't
What's
be.
good? What's good,
Hold
Rabbi?
on. Don't you say that to my friend. He was in the middle of talking. Zoot, finish your statement. You're gonna wait.
We only had an outbreak in South Australia when they brought in the vaccines, and that's because the vaccines give you COVID.
There you go. All right. How are you, Shanks? How are you, Owen?
Hello.
How's-
Good. Hello. Have you? Do you know us? Do you know us from yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How's your day going?
Very good, my friend. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today?
Jennifer, what?
What are your plans for today?
And we're going to. He's gonna do a test, for driving. The glasses, my friend.
Sure.
When you drive. Yeah, he's gonna do that. After that, we're gonna go out, play football and stuff.
It's soccer. Okay, very well. What position do you play?
Forward. I play middle, like.
Okay,
Center mid.
who's faster, Shanks or Owen?
Me, of course.
Owen.
Okay, who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen?
Me.
Good job. Then you guys are in the right positions.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And please remind me, how'd you find out about me?
In a row.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Discord. We talked with you like.
I know. Like 48 hours ago. And then again 24 hours ago. Exactly. Did you watch Aiden Ross's stream yesterday?
Yes.
I did too. What did you think of it?
I didn't look for a long time, but
Neither did I. Yeah, neither did I. He always has the same amount of. He always has the same amount of viewers, 57,000.
yeah,
It's always the same, which makes me think he just bots himself.
yes.
I think so as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not doing anything that exciting, and he just has enough viewers to be the number one person on the Kick page, but it's always 57,000. It's never like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000. And I just find that.
I think you should be popular like Aiden and talk about stuff like you told us.
100%. Just a matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time.
Someone kicked me, bro.
No one kicked. I didn't kick you. No one has the ability to kick you. So maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoot doesn't have the ability, and B. Alexander doesn't have the ability, and Owen doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, okay. That's weird because I was talking with you. I think you should try to like how to say it, focus 100% on Twitch. Or no, not Twitch. X or Kick or Twitch. Something like that. That's
I understand.
What I'm thinking about.
I understand.
That would make you. Yeah, that would make you popular. I think.
Okay, well.
So I think you should like stream, talk about stuff, go 100% on it, and then you will be famous like Aiden was.
Oh, if it were only that easy. I understand. All right, so you guys are gonna do the driving test, and then you're gonna play soccer. Excellent. Do you have plans for this weekend?
Weekend. I'm starting school next week, so yeah.
Shanks, in what year were you born?
2008.
Oh, excellent. That makes you not 20. Yeah, you've got to be 18 to be in here, big dog.
Oh.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, I'm joking with you. I'm 18.
No. Take care, Shanks.
No,
Shanks,
please.
Shanks,
Why, bro?
Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy.
Okay, love you.
Love you too, big dog. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, are you ready to lose? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I asked you a question.
Give me a second. Why is AI so bad at visual puzzles?
It's improving.
I gave it a visual puzzle to give the answer. And I said, here's the answer, and it gives me like something that doesn't really make sense.
If AI gets too good at visual puzzles, it'll be able to do CAPTCHAs, and then once that happens,
Oh, thank God.
like the internet goes away.
Why?
Well, then just you can have bots take over websites like I do with Kick. The reason why I'm so successful on Kick is because they don't have a CAPTCHA system.
Why don't they have a CAPTCHA system?
Because Twitch doesn't. And Twitch is their competition. And so they don't want to make it more difficult to use their website than Twitch. Now, Twitch, because they're trying to beat Twitch. Now, Twitch has a few settings and defense mechanisms that protect them, security features, I guess you call them. that allow them to keep some bots out, but any smart coder or hacker can get around them. Their big one is you have to use like a legitimate, what they consider to be like a Gmail address, but there are ways around that. And um, they have some pretty good IP address tracking, but there are ways around that. Kick has some of these systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kick doesn't have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and Kick just has like a team of I think like 200 people. Stake has like 800, and Kick has 200. So even combined, they have like 1,000 people. When Amazon has like hundreds of thousands of employees, and at least Twitch has probably 10,000 employees, something like that.
6 free.
What'd you say, Pimp? Hey, Zoot, I have a question. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work, but, and I say this as your friend because I care about you. And one time you said to me, I said, it's really got to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't keep a secret because it's whenever you have a secret, it's at the top of your mind, and then you end up blurting it out. And that must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone, I don't know. Let's say there was a person who was green, and you would just call them green, and that would be offensive because it's not like something that normal people do.
Yep.
I'm just asking, have you ever tried this? Because I've heard this is a good method to stopping those kinds of things and similar things, smoking and nicotine and marijuana and anything that can cause like that you have a habit with. You put a rubber band on your hand, on your wrist, and then whenever you have one of those blurt outs, in your case, you snap it. And subconsciously, it makes your body not want to do that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to work exactly well for you, but have you ever tried that?
No.
I would suggest it. I think it could help you. And even if it doesn't, then you tried it. But basically, like one time I said to you, it's got to be really difficult to like basically have like you, for instance, you tell me what's in your crypto wallet. That's not a smart thing to just say. You blurt it out sometimes. And that's not a smart that's I don't want to say it's not smart, but it's not.
Especially when you're streaming to how many people?
Well, exactly. So if you can, and I remember it hurt me to hear you say, because you're my friend, you said, yeah, like my whole life like is summarized just in that, basically. Like imagine all of the secrets that you had, and those were the things that you wanted to say the most, or that maybe that you were just tempted to say the most. And I said to you, like, man, that would make it difficult with like a girl or someone, because not only does she have to worry about that with you, like she could tell you a secret, like, I'm on my period. Okay, fine, no big deal. But then you're just going to blurt out like she's on her period, or your children could have that. And I think it's something that you said is more manageable with nicotine, or at least a nicotine patch, but those are expensive and you'd have to wear them 24 hours a day, and that's a costly endeavor. Do you have a rubber band?
Yeah.
Go get a rubber band right now.
There's no medication for Tourette's as well.
I understand. Well, you said nicotine, but go get a rubber band. Tell me when you have a rubber band, Zoot.
I don't.
You don't have a rubber band? Nowhere in your house you
I
ever.
have elastic.
Okay, elastic will work. Can you put it around your wrist?
Yeah.
Okay, put it around your wrist. And whenever you, like, this is going to be a reminder subconsciously. You want to wear it for as long as you need to. And whenever you have a blurt out, you just snap it. And what it does is subconsciously, your body doesn't like that. And it will slowly ease you away from wanting to do the non desirable activity. This works with people who bite their nails, it works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. It just is like a thing that if you are conscious about it and you have this thing on you, you don't want to snap it. It causes you an issue. And your body, instead of being carefree and just saying whatever you want or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or whatever, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself hard, but just keep it on your hand. And we're going to play. Are you ready to play? Zoot.
Not yet.
Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready to play. Is the elastic on your hand or on your arm? On your wrist?
Yep.
It-
Hang on. 3.
Zoot, show me that when you have the time, show me the elastic on your wrist.
As the story goes, the chief rabbi, I think, was very happy to allow it to come into You think about it. Redwood
there are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image of the Mongolian on horseback killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is the Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue this century for the 100th anniversary of the founding of Mongolia, they had to think about how to present him to the world as themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another factor that you better know, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln, and they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, or depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yes.
There are many things that happen that were.
So, Mayor, here is a map that shows various locations. I think it's the map that refers to its relationship to other areas such as Yangtze, where they were powered to see the cloud-based stable cloud. As you can see, there are quite a few of them all eastern China, but well, judging by the numbers, it's not by the way.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pam.
you think things are going to get better for me?
If you put this thing on your wrist, I do. Show it to me.
For example, several travelers and camps that have referred to the Jews of China. Benjamin
Let's play.
Zoot, let me see the elastic thing on your wrist.
Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to
Zoot, show it to me.
tax regulation in the 14th century, in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but they clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And the mind of Chinese administrators is often very little distinction between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to as the same. They also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese nationalism as well. Now, most likely the Jews wanted China along this Silk Road, which you can see here is now media that shows some of those important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road. The spices were also very important commodity going to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are.
Why does snapping an elastic band on your hand when you have a tick help people with Tourette's psychologically?
What's important about this particular structure is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jews is, where the great Talmudic centers are located, very significant Jewish population, right there along the important spot on the Silk Road. Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west.
Well, Zoot, you said you had elastic, so get it. I'm going to wait for you.
Would a belt work?
No. No, it's got to be like elastic or rubber. Go in your kitchen and look and see if you have like rubber or like elastic on like broccoli or something. Yo, pimp. What'd you say? Do you have a string? Do you have a string?
Yeah.
Okay, take a string and put it around your wrist.
I don't have a string.
We'll go get one.
I will after dinner.
Okay, Zoot, listen to me. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay?
Okay.
Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome may not be a complete cure, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavioral and neurological mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gating. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tick, making the brain's sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge that leads to a tick. Interruption of premonitory urges. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising, uncomfortable sensation before a tick, like an itch that you have to scratch. The snap can reset the buildup for a moment, giving the feeling that you've satisfied the urge without actually performing the tick. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method is to become aware of the tick signal and perform a competing response instead. While snapping a band isn't the official competing response taught in HRT, those are usually tension incompatible movements. It follows a similar logic, replacing the tick with an intentional action. Sense of control. Tourette's can feel unpredictable and involuntary, which can cause anxiety or frustration. The act of snapping the band is chosen, giving a small sense of agency in a situation where the person often feels they have none. This control can reduce the emotional stress around tics. Distraction and mindfulness. The snap can be a grounding cue, pulling attention back into the present moment and away from the spiraling focus on the tick or its social consequences. Do you understand why this could work for you?
Yep.
Are you ready to play?
Give me a second.
Zoot, the next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your arm?
Rubber band.
You've got it, big dog. And I'm going to ask to see it.
50. What's 22? What's 76 divided by 50?
38.
But Alright, let's play.
Okay, just one moment. What do you want? What invite do you want? Any invite? Okay.
Alright, do you want to do back? Oh no, I gotta go for dinner soon. Let's do bounce.
You got it.
I want a quick game.
Do you want easy, standard, or pro?
Rabbi,
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna win because I'm gonna try a trick.
I don't think either of
You know
us are
what
going to
trick is?
finish. I don't think either of us are going to finish.
I feel like I'm gonna finish, but not when I'm playing like that. Rabbi, I fucked up already. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
see how I fucked up already? Okay, this is gonna be the easiest win. Have you ever thought about how do you think about me? What do you think?
I think you're a man struggling with some issues.
What's my issues?
You've got a lot of behavioral issues you're dealing with.
Why is that?
Because you don't have a rubber band on your hand at this point. This one's so hard. Zoot, what's your secret?
What do you mean?
I thought you were going to do some secret move.
Oh yeah, this one. Okay, you ready? When the respawn actually fucking helps you because you fucking you making pulsive moon and the respawn actually helps you with your I feel like there's some good ways to die in this game that can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like there's some strategic ways where you can die in this game where it helps you.
Perhaps.
But that was not the strategic way to die just then. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
this is the hardest one.
What is the hardest one?
You know what I'm talking about. The
The-
star.
No, the circle one's so hard.
The star. You mean the star?
No, the circle.
something Darwin couldn't crack, couldn't explain fully. He tried very hard, and it worked better than the progenitors that will tell you better than you think it would work. Apparently, because there's so much structure built into natural language, because it's simply using.
Oh man, dude, there's one. I've never seen this before. It's so hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do it.
Is it a lot fun?
Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never going to get it either. I can't even get past the first part of it.
All right, we're going again. Do the same one again. Do again.
Dude, there's one part that I don't think either of us will ever get. It's so hard. Are you ready?
Yep.
Have you ever beaten me at this? I don't think so.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
How many types of neurotypes are there that haven't been researched yet?
How would we know?
I don't know. Well, it's kind of like humans kind of just make up different types of neurotypes.
Yeah, that's true.
But really, you could be put into any neurotype. Like anyone.
Yeah, I'd be in the sexy one. Sexy one with a big dick and hilarious.
I'm too stupid. Your favorite type of Rabbi, do you think you're gonna beat the last level?
If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not.
How hard is it?
I didn't even make it past the first part. I think it's 4 deep.
Fuck. You're right, the circles are the most annoying part. Rabbi, how did you get past the circles?
I just timing.
Am I rushing? What the fuck? Can you go fast? the circles, you go faster, right?
I bet this game is really good for hand-eye coordination.
Well, my hand-eye coordination sucks.
Like, this might be the best game for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here.
Not mini golf?
No.
Mini golf would be close, though. What about pool?
No. It doesn't have the speed aspect.
What about... It's also good for ADHD because you can't be too impulsive. Okay. Rabbi, are you on the impossible one?
No, not yet.
When are you going in the impossible one? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
can I ask you something?
Go for it, big dog. Dude, I got into like an impossible one again.
I don't think it's impossible. Right, we're doing it until one of us beats it. Let's go.
Okay. Zoot, next time you come in here, what's going to be on your arm?
Close?
No,
No, rubber band.
you got it. You're going to have to go to the store then, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to be the thing that helps you. And then eventually you're going to overcome it, and then you're not going to need it anymore. And you're going to have normal relationships with people.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls next hour with Dr. Bart Costco as we talk about computers advancing quicker and quicker and quicker. Emerging artists, we highlight them on the first Sunday of every month. We're looking for more and more of you to send in some tapes and CDs.
Yeah. Alright.
I don't think I did a hard one.
Right.
I didn't do the hard one. I think I just did whatever. So we have to do the hard one.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back. I'm gonna be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You're never coming back, are you?
Yeah, that's really cool too. Just a lot of music and a lot of shows to listen to, and it's all free. So just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen on your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In either of those, in the search, just put Coast to Coast AM. All those shows will pop right up, and it includes the weekday shows that we hear and the weekend shows we put snippets up too. So have some fun. Health officials are starting to talk about the flu season again. Protect yourself.
HealthyLooking.com.
I'm not joining anyone's discount other than my own, and I'm already in one.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing
Terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. how and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Naadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody. Everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank in the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to...
Is anyone able to reroll?
As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and he was crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. The hulan, say hulan of the Gobi. He was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse. And he injured his leg very badly.
10 episodes a season. They're only 40 minutes long, the episodes, so they don't drag. They really don't.
Before August of 1227,
Honestly, it's a
very
really
much
good
near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, accept nothing. And then when they surrendered, he killed the royal family, killed them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people.
Even telling that it starts slow, I don't think it starts that slow. It picks up real quick. By episode 8, I'm really in there. It's honestly, it's 80s and 80s.
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So, before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with Anga, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chaganai, and the next one was Kade, and the next one was the father of Kublai, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Okude was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called him Zuch, my son's speaker. Chagade, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it. Because very often the great power doesn't say words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, have a spokesperson. Anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think. On this business of you do not know, you are not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. Have that respect and honor his wife in this way, his son in this way.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive next time. I'm trying not to die on the map. The first time I showed on the map, I died of fuckload, so I just wanted to try not to die. Just say, somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But you can see he made that impassioned speech. The God they had to submit and said, yes, you are our Father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words. So, take us how it feels. He said to the boys, he said, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sakate. His attitude to the situation. And Tallulah is still hot. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, good, they chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party, drinking every time. Now, one time, Jiggy Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Jiggy Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agade came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agade was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons, very, very capable wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something, but he had a very intelligent woman named Dorje. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, the genius of Genghis to set it up that way. And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Dorje was actually, there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Dorje and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these. They had these private corporations called Ortok. She was running her Ortok and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but good they had favored another. But anyway, she favored Duyuk, her son, and so she arranged to have him named the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman named Fatima from the Middle East, and unfortunately, Duyuk organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. A lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. Then his wife took over, Uncle Hamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law. Uncle Hamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just got the best of things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorostani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Uncle Hamish, and she put her son Mokan in, who was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
And we should say probably that, this whole succession by kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family. Everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ottomans would own silk factories in jade mines in China.
Yeah, dog.
In China, the Mongols, they would own.
Good person.
The saddest thing was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their tourist rules, feed their tourist rules, and ultimately they ended up selling their tourist rules to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe.
Are we doing part?
Yep.
This is an example of a kind of scroll, which is about people who have analyzed their tourist scrolls and the scroll of Esther, the region, indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the tourist scroll effectively. It's clear from some of the letters that sound.
Did you know you have the lead?
That they used a method where one person would read the tourist scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors and those two letters. By the way, there did not find evidence that it was so open.
I'm not that far from you.
Yep.
How does it feel to lose to me?
I haven't, so I don't know. I've never lost you.
Shit.
I've never lost you in this game.
Hang on.
Rabbi Rothschild. Of these tourist scrolls, very there are still remnants of many other I think by way of illusion, it seems to me that we see just how
You need to get a rubber band.
I forgot that too. But I forgot to buy a lottery ticket.
Last thing I gotta say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish method of action. Okay, going down to your house for work.
chemical problem, not the digital problem of battery life. But it's coming, and they're greatly expanding. I think they just got authorization for a new set of experiments in both Canada, Ireland, and in England. And like many other countries are involved. The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabited the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent, and then you have the Bnei Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north, near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct type of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir,
That's a myth.
That's a myth. Much of Solomon's wealth
That's a myth.
may have been a place called Supara.
That's a myth.
That's a myth. River,
That's a myth.
Also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across
you're down.
The European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arabic.
470 points.
There are Jews
Get it.
who are visiting India and who are in
That's a
possibly
make.
setting up kinds of
That's a
settlements
miss.
in India.
That's a
First
make.
of those settlements
That's a
is
make.
the so-called
That's a
Cochin
make.
Jews.
That's a miss.
We
That's a
know
miss.
of
Make.
their
Make.
history
Make.
from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves
Evolving restores 10 hit points.
Probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatelutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Maybe.
And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple
languages and multiple faiths and so on. So yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description,
Yo,
it
pimp.
is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many.
Let's see it, big dog.
Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs.
Best song ever.
For example, this is a paroches,
Oh, that song's amazing, dog.
placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element.
I love it.
in
It's
synagogues
great.
all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain
Oh,
would
baby.
separate the holy of holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of stuff. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. So the Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli, until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai. And these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as cigarettes, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel
to slowly reduce the amount of nicotine you have in your vape until it's at zero.
Issues in this particular class, we'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small
Allegedly.
device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stars as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph.
Then you healed.
20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. There are many such examples.
I think you're done either way. It doesn't matter.
Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade.
I know.
And they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis. And in general, they can be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to
good move,
Spain
dude.
And the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrach communities, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from
I did see what happened. It made one of the berries a blue thing.
Nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous
I don't know that you did.
or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very
I think you hit me.
developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who are heavily influenced by Varna. That is the caste system in India. But it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. You have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status.
You're done.
With their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well.
Not yet.
And you have some
You're very close.
that are not present in traditional Jewish
I'm very close to winning.
to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms.
Go ahead, Zoot.
Focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at
I don't know about that.
Period as a terminus,
You're up.
so we'll have to talk about the other elements of the third semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp. That's a good move.
I'm good. I just lost.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like
Reload.
turning point from the medieval periods to the modern period. Obviously,
Reload.
the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and
Yeah, I'm reloading the game in a sec. Just give me a second.
What I really look
Zoot, you have an invitation.
is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
So first of all, let's start with who exactly
Zoot.
who are the Sephardic. The term
Zoot.
Sephardi
I'm good.
is an adjective, Sephardim is the plural, which means
Are you going to accept it?
Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain.
All right.
It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
There is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles
I've got 5
and
days
Portuguese
left.
exiles. The Spanish exiles
5 days left until what?
not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they
Zoot.
left
Until I win.
the region as
I'm gonna win.
as
Oh,
their
yes. Yes.
You're
yes.
fucked.
This is the best of the fire. This is the best of the fire.
Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied
you
a very
fucking kidding me,
unusual
Rabbi?
space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be
This is actually the worst to have to
core
fire.
identities, clearly Jewish.
No, it's not. It's the best. It's the best to have the fire.
No, because no matter what, you're still going to damage the opponent. with fire anyway.
Yeah, but then it's even more fire.
I guess, but
which meant that they could travel, they could
again,
universities.
you can look at it that way, but
That's the way a smart person. That's the way a smart person would look at it.
Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite
I
different
just helped you.
from Spanish Jews, and they have a market impact.
Oh,
more than
I'm saying that.
reasons that we were discussing.
Do you think I am?
Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Rothschild, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel. Really a brilliant thinker, very prolific.
Dude,
And he was from Baghdad.
come on, man.
The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries and not centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era, possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus politics. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Mizrahi, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of
What up,
attach
pimp?
themselves to that Sephardi
Wasn't me.
intellectual tradition.
How do you take advantage of a better long-term memory than a short-term memory?
You remember things longer?
Sorry?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like you have like the greatest long-term memory ever.
So they identify as Chabad, which
No.
is a very Ashkenazic movement, but they are not
So you
Ashkenazic.
just
So it's possible
do your best to work on short-term activities to improve your mental capacity.
Even though they don't necessarily
Okay.
make sense on a basis of conversation. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those.
But I can remember phone numbers of my friends from when I was 16.
Okay.
Their indigenous populations that they encountered.
That normal?
Yeah.
Here's one of my favorite maps of Sephardic.
Not the contact, the whole phone number.
I know what you're saying. Their whole phone number.
To get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled
Not just
Spain,
one friend, but like 12 of them.
Okay.
More gradual process that took place over a century in Portugal in particular, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as
No.
significant numbers of them went to the most approximate locations in North Africa.
I mean, my long-term memory is not that great because I can't even remember your fucking birthday, so it's not that great.
Okay, so
Several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular.
It was recently, right?
No.
We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean.
It's soon, right?
Specifically, we'll look
No.
at the impact of the land of Israel. And in Constantinople,
It's today, right?
also
Yep.
known as Istanbul. In fact, that's what it would be called at this point. Although the name Constantinople does
Your birthday's not today, right?
context up to the 20th
Okay.
century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the
Okay, then
ancient
that's
period.
354 other birthdays it could be.
Major destinations involving Jews at this time.
More than that.
Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit.
55?
All of them fall within
365.
the larger
364.
Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on.
Well, no, it's 365 because you could be born on a leap year. No, you're not because you're
Certainly had a lot more to say
Next
about
year
that.
is not a leap year.
We won't talk about it today,
So it'd be
but
364.
and finally,
okay, your birthday's next year.
the Americans. What happened when Jews crossed
Well, it's already
Okay.
happened this year.
either as Jews
Okay.
per se or more frequently as conversos?
Did I comment in the stream on your birthday?
Hope to reestablish
Perhaps.
a Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site.
And you were born in 1985.
Amazing spiritual
Correct.
renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern
You were born 11 years before me.
And I myself have spent
Dude, why are you so obsessed with birthdays? Go.
Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists found themselves in the spot decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of the spot. It is located at a very high elevation, and there is commanding view all over the Galileo. And what happened in Spot was it's rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem is clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of the settlers were exilees from Spain, and they were
Write that movie out of 10.
and over the course of the 16th
9.
century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years,
I fucked up.
That water saved you.
You see how I fucked up there?
Rabbi Rothschild, who we mentioned earlier, is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and Constantinople. But
Rabbi, should I go and kick and talk about you?
If you do, you'll get banned.
I don't use kicks, so I don't really care.
If you ask anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban you.
Why do you think that is?
Because I've improved my bots, and they're just like extremely annoying.
You think you're the most hated person in the kid right now?
For sure. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake.
How many people is hated? You don't know that big of a mistake. I mean, to be honest,
disasters, there were plagues that affected the region, there were earthquakes that affected
you ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Wait, does healing help?
As a result, largely of the Spanish exiles.
I made a mistake,
And I
Rabbi.
think one of the things that
Why do you think you made a mistake, Zoom?
made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously
The fire gives you 5 points, remember?
what the exile from Spain meant.
Yeah.
That it was nigh on the Messianic era, and that
You can win if you match the fire.
so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because
Second time.
they follow the Lulayannic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, adherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from a huge burst of energy that comes out of stuff. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church.
That move saved you in this game. You were going to lose if you didn't make that move.
And in Constantinople, there's a tremendous number.
I don't really have any good moves.
Primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews
Okay, fuck you.
to places like Svat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge in Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans.
It's over.
It's a fascinating picture from centuries of Greece, and it represents
You're done.
women in traditional costume on the left, a Muslim woman in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shaitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating program. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where we brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe,
Zoot, you have an invitation.
the most important destinations of the Sephardic
Electric
exiles,
one.
and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy where there were significant settlements of these exiles. Many of them brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see
You're up, pimp.
Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of
What are you gonna do, son?
fascinating work by one Samuel Usquay, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme. And it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and holds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history.
I fucked up.
Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounced that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically stopped. Ancona was a deeper, sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Paul.
You're up, Zoot.
And these Portuguese Jews,
what are you gonna do, son?
Went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, forcibly.
Calm down, Zoot.
Christianity, return to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
And ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake.
If we were betting on this, I would have
Such a reactionary,
Okay, big dog.
dramatic, and draconian imposition of Catholic
Big.
doctrine, but it was
We
not so surprising
won.
for Paul IV. He also wrote
Who is we?
Yes, we won, Rabbi.
his career
Who is we, Zoot?
called Communis Absurdum, which is a
I
paper
don't know. Aquarius
that
says if we all
essentially
win,
said
if one
it is
person
so
wins, we all win.
absurd
That's true.
Kind of doesn't make
It's Miss Aquarius, not Aquarius.
encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so
Yeah,
ridiculous
same
that
thing.
Jews should be allowed
No,
to
you
essentially
say what her name
buy
is.
their religion within
Ms. Aquarius?
There you go, big dog.
Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. Jews who imposed the ghetto.
What's the difference?
One is her name, the other is not her name.
Killed 25 of these baptized
Is she married?
or returned to their ancestral
I don't know.
This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to
No, she's not a
suggest here
mid.
that it is not inconsequential that
She's a
she
mid.
by powerful
But she's
women
married.
in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered. And it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi. The term Nasi is literally the prince, the leader. It was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a Puerto Rican background, and she, of course, was incensed that the.
So, Rabbi, you were a coder.
I wasn't a coder, I'm a developer.
And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Scribe. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the Port of Antioch. She did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering that Jews should.
And all of the code that I talked about knowing, I barely know it now. And I didn't even know it that well then. That's not what I do. I'm a developer, but technically I'm a project management professional. And what I'm going to do right now is evolve this guy, just in case you weren't aware. And he's going to be super powerful.
We don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece who had the same name. So,
oh, look at you, Zoot. That's a big upgrade.
for this movement, it did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire.
Are you proud of that?
It was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravana. From the famous Abravana
Zoot.
My wife is real.
Yeah, I know it is.
ADHD.
Hi, Robo.
What up, pimp? How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm just getting back in the hook. What about you?
Just playing the game against my friend Zoot.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that didn't work out like you thought it did, though.
It's good.
Oh, is it?
Hey, who's this?
It's Bay.
Who?
Bay.
Who's that?
Bay.
Oh.
My name's Bay.
Where in Australia?
Bay.
Yeah.
In the hood.
What part?
In the hood.
Did you sleep? Where's the hood? That was a weird interaction.
Word, dog.
He just distracted me and gave me, like, yeah. I bet he was from like Sydney or something.
I don't know. All I know is that
You're in Orange County.
word, Zoot, your ticks are really hard today, aren't they?
Yep.
It's okay, buddy. You need to get that rubber band, and you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you because you need help
What if I don't have that?
You absolutely do.
How do you know?
Because normal people don't act the way that you act.
Okay. Do you feel like if a psychologist was in here, what do you think they'll diagnose me with?
Tourette's?
Is that it?
Perhaps. Oh, Zoot, that's a big one. Zoot, you might win. Dude, and you got the four thing? Zoot.
No. Yeah, but you won. You won. Right, one more. I really want to beat you about the healer.
You want me to play without the healer?
No, I gotta beat you. I gotta beat you without me having a healer. Do you really you think the healer is like
The healer's the best. The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
Oh, but there's so many DLC characters that could kick ass.
I know, but just the way that we play. Zoot, are you going to confirm?
I wonder what. I kind of wonder what these DLC characters do.
Dude, Zoot, it's over for you. This is my best level.
I get 5 HP?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that really helps. It should make more than 5 HP if the board's set up like this.
I think it's... I would rather go second.
Depends on how the board's set up.
I know. The question that I have for you is, do you think that was a good move? Oh, dog.
No.
This is a serious...
Do I think it was a good move? No. But do I think that the board has been set up in my favor? No, it's been set up in your favor more.
Word, dog. You're up, pimp. That was a mistake. Extra move.
Was it?
Yeah.
So, if it was a mistake, why did I get a hit?
I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. A stake would be to give you the bread, but I need the bread as well. So this makes life really hard. But I think the best move I can make is this.
Incorrect. It would have been to get this green here and take away my extra move. Because then...
I see the move that you can do right now. You got real lucky.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
The best move that I can make right now.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll be back with final calls with Bart Costco as we talk about activity.
You ever had
Next hour, we're going to be talking about Bigfoot sightings, true tales from across America, so make sure you're part of the program. This is Wednesday.
That was a mistake. Why wouldn't you get the red?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
How long would it be before we can scan people's brains and then find out their weaknesses, their strengths, and find out like their true IQ and what they're good at and what they're weak at?
Perhaps we can already do that, big dog.
I don't think we can.
Okay, well, you keep thinking what you want to think, and that's cool. I'm going to keep whooping your
Are
ass.
you, are you, are you saying that there's places out there that if you pay enough money, you can go and do that?
Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
Really?
Word, dog.
Where are they?
The CIA, MI5, MI6.
Wouldn't that make study pointless?
Perhaps.
Well, not study, sorry, education.
We might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough. Oh, Zoot, that was really good.
Why would you want to do that?
Why would I want to evolve?
Download information. Just download information.
Correct.
What if you put a virus in it? What if you put a virus inside my brain with the information? Take over my brain.
That could be a thing.
That would make a good fucking movie. Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
Let's make a movie like that. Right?
Okay, big dog.
In the future, it's like they're uploading and downloading information, educational information, and there's viruses inside there. That would be a fucking phenomenal movie.
Zoot. It's over for you, son.
Would you watch that movie?
Perhaps.
You know, Face Off is nearly 30 years old.
I could see that. What do you want to play next? Darts.
Was 30 years a long time ago?
It's relative. In the history of the universe, no. But in the history of a 5-year-old, yes.
In what?
In the history of a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old child. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Get a 999. Get a 11.
Oh. So what you're saying, if I was 100, 30 years old?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends.
I mean, there's a lot that happens right to become a lot of big ups.
Word, dog.
60, 70.
That's a 7. That's a 19. That's a 20. Are you happy with that?
I don't know. I'm nearly 30 and I fucking hate it.
You talk about it all the time.
I mean, how did you feel when you were about to turn, you were 29?
I embraced it. It was the best of both worlds. I could fuck chicks in their 20s or chicks in their 40s.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like that.
No, it rules.
Like gold and silver. Held in tax-advantaged gold IRA. You have a short window
Rabbi, I'm gonna win.
now, December 31st.
All right, pimp. Let's see it.
And rollover opportunities. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Talk to a specialist today.
You just busted, son.
The sooner you act, the more control you have. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
And I just checked out. Dude, do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game for hand-eye coordination, to be honest.
You were better than I was at this game?
Alright, you ready for me to win?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up. The triple 20, the 20 and the 1. Okay, we got the 20.
Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? And now you fucking get your ass smoked in it?
Be quiet. We're tied. We're tied. You could. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Dude, do you remember when you used to smoke me at this game? But now I'm better at it than you are?
What were you saying?
I'm better at this game than you are. Do you need me to fucking say it again? I am better at this game than you are.
Let's play again.
Dude, you've been smoked 3 games in a row.
You know, I've only won 2 games on this account.
I know.
Do you know how bad that is?
You used to be really good.
Well, on this account, I suck.
Word, dog.
I guess it's fine.
Oh, dude, triple 25 or double 25. Double 25. Get it, dude. Perfect game.
Yes! Yes!
You did it.
Yes!
Good job, dude. Are you ready to play me 501 Pro Double Out?
Yep. You realize I used to be positive.
That was really good, dog.
Do you know that's not the best way you can win?
It's very good.
Would you say it's a 10?
Yeah, that's a 10. Dude, what are your thoughts? I've done back-to-back hundreds. Oh, Zoot, you got 100. Zoot, you've gotten 100. You got 100. How you gonna do? That's a 20. That's a 1. That 20 that 1 was a big miss. At what are you laughing, Zoot? Zoot. At what are you laughing, son? Zoot, that was really good. Dude, Zoot. Zoot, I just busted. I'm not good at the pro double out. Zoot, are you proud of that? $25, Zoot.
Special interest.
Zoot, that was good. Zoot, I just pro double outed. You need a 5, Zoot. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No. You busted. All right, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Zoot, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to accept it? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. That's a swish. You started with a swish, dude. You started with a swish. You started with a swish. Are you proud of 5 points?
I've seen people. So I've paid for random people, and I've seen them score like 23 on the first game.
That's crazy town. Is like everything a swish?
They got 23, so they only had one miss.
Did they get like everything with a swish?
Pretty much.
Like they got 11 swishes and one regular.
I can't remember. I think they got a miss at one point as well. They just flipped the thing really fast.
I don't even know how they'd be able to do that. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but they need a bot or something.
Oh my god! Remember when you were better than Sorry, remember when you were better at this than me?
Let's see what you've got, Zoo.
Sometimes I say words backwards.
Do you have dyslexia as well?
Is that what dyslexia is?
That's where you see letters backwards and stuff.
I write letters backwards sometimes. That's like more ADHD because I'm in a rush.
You mean you had all these tests done? And they didn't test you for dyslexia?
No.
We tied.
Why would they test me for dyslexia?
Because it's a good thing to.
How do you know you have dyslexia?
They test you. It's just like you see letters. Strangely. Okay.
I don't see letters strangely.
Or backwards.
I don't say letters backwards. I just spelled them backwards.
Okay, do you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Riser is. Riser's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason causes him some issues. Why?
I don't know.
You think it's just lack of attention?
It could be. I don't know.
Oh, you can win. You think I can win? I don't think either of us can win right now. What's your favorite Australian animal?
Maybe the crocodile.
I hate crocodile.
Maybe the kangaroo.
I saw. I don't trust that there might have been kangaroos, but I saw there were either kangaroos or wallaroos. I can't really tell the difference, but I saw them like Monday.
Good job, Zoot, with that game.
Hi.
You did really well.
I don't like Connect Four. We've never played chess.
Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much out of me.
You know what game we've never played?
What's that?
We never played draw together.
Yeah, we played it on Discord, and It's more fun when you have a bunch of people. Did you know that you have an invitation? Have you ever beaten me at this game?
No.
Zoot, you have an invitation, dog.
What's reversing here?
Zoot,
Reversing.
Zoot. Don't worry about reversing. Worry about accepting my invitation.
We're gonna do reversing next time. Because we've never played reversing. What game do you think they should have to play though?
I'll answer you in a moment. I'm focused.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports, August 14th. We'll start today by wishing a happy birthday to Irvin Magic Johnson.
What? I don't know. They have good games.
Has way too many accolades to mention, but here's a few. 5-time NBA champion, 3-time NBA Finals MVP, 3-time league MVP, Olympic gold medalist in 1992, and Hall of Famer. Happy birthday, Magic. Today in 1977, the New York Cosmos, led by legendary soccer star Pele, plays before a crowd of 77,961 at the Meadowlands in New Jersey. At the time, it was the biggest crowd to watch a soccer game in the United States. The Cosmos beat the Fort Lauderdale Strikers 8-3. And today in 2016, Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt wins the coveted 100-meter Olympic gold medal in 9.81 seconds at the Rio de Janeiro Olympics. He becomes the first man to win the event 3 times. Now you know, today is sports history on iHeartRadio. You know those arguments you have with your friends in the chat in the barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is 11-year vet in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory to validate.
You want to play Reversey? Okay, well, we have to learn how to play. Reversey is a 2-player game played on a board with 64 squares arranged in 8 by 8 rows and columns. The game begins with 4 discs already placed on the board. A set of 64 identical pieces is shared by both players. Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. Object of the game. The object of Reversey is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. If both players have the same number of discs of the color. Okay, it should be pretty easy. Oh, placing pieces. Players are designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning with black, each player in turn places 1 disc onto a vacant square on the board. Once placed, the disc never moves, though it may be flipped when captured so that it changes color. To place a disc, simply tap on one weak square. Move is legal if it captures one or more of the opponent's discs. You can see which moves are legal by the small opaque circles on the board. Capturing a disc or an unbroken line of discs of the same color is captured when it becomes flanked by opposite ends by 2 pieces, one of which must be the disc that was just placed on the board. For example, if the black player is about to place a black disc in the space with the yellow dot, doing so will capture the horizontal white discs to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranked horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of stairs, or diagonals. Oh, that's where rank and file. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her turn. The game continues until Neither side can move. Usually, this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end of the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game is a draw. Are you ready? All right, Zoot, you're up. It's Black's turn. Zoot, you're up.
I don't like this game already.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go. Zoot, go. There you go.
Rabbi, you're what? Do you know the what the fuck?
You're up, Zoot. Is there a timer in this game? What the fuck, Zoot?
What the fuck?
You're up, pimp.
How'd you do that?
Because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
How did you do that?
We're tied. What the fuck, dude?
What the?
We're still tied. We're still tied, and this game is amazing.
What?
It's fun. Or maybe it sucks. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Zoot, let's see what happens.
If I win, I'm gonna say it's negative.
All right, well then just fucking win. It's your turn.
Maybe I'm a savant at this game.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. The end of their way, as a love, was supposed to have been followed up by another album. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeartRadio earned this year with little tips for a healthier planet.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Will I find something that I'm missing now?
Maybe.
What do you think that is?
Maybe it's reversey if you focus.
I'm getting fucking my ass kicked.
Yeah, but you just made it all back up.
I get why the reverse me now is like it could look like you're getting fucked, and then you could do something like that.
Word, dog. What the fuck, Zoot?
What do you mean, what the fuck? Oh, I can't go there if you are. It's really annoying. That was really a bad move. That was a really, really bad thing. That was an okay move. That was bad. That was really bad.
Whoa.
And you can't steal that now. Wait, how did you do that?
It can work
Oh,
like
you're in trouble though.
Let's see it, dog.
I don't get it. Can I come back?
Dude, you're doing really well.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that?
Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next, Bigfoot sightings, true tales from across America with Michael Kozlowski. We're going to be talking with Mike about all these Bigfoot stories. His co-writer, Jim Willis, passed away a year ago, so we're going to...
Oh, look at that move, Zoo.
Yeah, but you won.
Not necessarily.
How you not gonna win? Look at the board.
It's not over.
Holy shit! I think I figured it out. Oh, what the fuck?
You can convert that into a tax sheltered IRA and physical gold, or simply buy some gold and put it away somewhere, right? First, get educated.
I won, Robert.
Gold will send you a free info kit on
Are you sure about that, Zoo?
Look at this.
9898. Again, text coast to 989898.
Oh, that's good.
Diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least
That was close.
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know how to play that game.
Okay, well, you figure it out.
Do you know how to play it?
A little bit.
I just don't know the best strategy.
All right, well, the best strategy usually when you're playing any game is to win.
That's good.
You almost won that last game.
That was bad. But you're in better position. I'm gonna figure it. Oh, no. Oh no!
That was really good.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you, author, engineer, singer, and explorer Mike Kozlowski has written a range of books and stories in the horror fiction and paranormal investigation genre. One of his books is called American Ghost Stories. Tonight we'll be talking about a legendary creature known as Bigfoot with its work Bigfoot sightings, true tales from across America. Then host guest, the late Jim Willis. Mike, welcome to the program.
Really good move.
Yes, sir. Born and raised. Still there. Go Lions this year, huh? Yes, sir. How did you get involved with Bigfoot sightings with your background?
So I've always been a horror fan, and eventually moved into writing. I really mostly worked.
This is a great game.
You know, as a Stephen King fan, as many of my next generation are. You know, but in those stories, obviously ghosts, demons, psychics, monsters, all that supernatural, you know, was featured. And I was always a curious sort, as a kid especially.
Oh, wow.
Strange, fantastic. gymnastic and pathology, mysteries, loved to replace a little bit of that. So it was kind of a natural progression, I think, eventually to end up in the paranormal, unexplained field.
How did you team up with our friend Jim Worrell? God rest his soul.
Yeah, it's sadly Jim passed, as you mentioned. I love that you're dedicating that hour to him here. I was working with this link with Jim, publisher Jim also worked with, and when he got sick, they kind of knew where things were heading, and he really wanted this book to be finished. Our mutual publisher called me and came up working with him, picking up where he had finished, and completing the book. And his family, Jim himself, were kind enough to let me do that. Humbling and an honor to do it. I didn't get to work face to face with Jim, but he's the type of writer that I try to be. That lets you in, you get to know him, you know his personality through his writing, and working with his rough notes and drafts. Even more so, I think, even a raw picture of the gentleman. I was honored to do it. It felt at many times that he was sitting right next to me as I was completing it, and I pulled for that. I've served him well.
The cover is fantastic.
Dog.
I feel
I'll preface this with I approach this as sort of the optimistic skeptic on my writing, and I think Bigfoot's very plausible. Right? I don't have to be solid proof that would convince me all the way, and I like to be as skeptical as possible. I think there's a place for that in this genre. But yes, I think that's a pretty accurate depiction of what, in my mind, Bigfoot is like.
Baby. I just want
You've kind of expanded.
criteria is I like this.
Zoot, big dog. I'm beating you by one.
I nearly won.
Yeah, dog. This is a fun game.
Why did we never play this before?
No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to play it, or knew how to play it. But now we know.
We play every fucking game. Like we put the number one game in the world that everyone plays, and no one's ever played it.
Dog.
Whatever that game was called,
Moncala. Yeah, that's right. Dog. We played mini golf. That's all we played for like 9 months.
Let's go to Admiral again. Yeah, after that. Actually, I got an idea.
What's that, Zoot?
Go to ChatGPT and ask them what's an app like Play-Doh, and we'll play games over there, and we'll play every single one.
Okay.
What if there's a better app than Play-Doh out there?
Okay, well then find it.
ChatGPT will find it.
I've got to say, Play-Doh's extremely smooth, and it has a lot. It doesn't crash a lot. It's a great app.
For you, maybe.
At least on iOS, it's very reliable.
Fuck. I'm playing terrible right now. I don't think there's anyone I'm going to win. I just getting you one perfect. If we go for that top row, there's no way of me winning. Do you think I look at the board you have right now?
Yep. I'm starting to learn strategies.
You have all the corners.
I'm starting to learn strategies. I only have half the corners.
Oh shit. Shit, you're gonna take out the one game. What would be my strategy? Why would you do that?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What am I doing? How did you do that?
Just being amazing.
How did this game work?
Maybe are a way to try to solve some of the questions that are difficult. But for me, I think
Rabbi, I'm not. You're gone in 10 minutes.
Don't resign.
I think people live in, perhaps small groups, maybe just family groups. Maybe they even, are very solitary creatures that only, meet up during certain periods of time, meeting periods, things like that. If they're more about, leaning toward sort of an animal rather than a human tendency.
Would you say your Bigfoot sighting book is an eyewitness testimony?
I would say that there are eyewitness testimonies. I would not say that it's an eyewitness testimony from me.
Again, this game is fun as fuck.
Go again.
Word, dog.
Let me check.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
I'm trying to figure out how to play, but I think I figured it out.
Okay, well then go.
There we go. Is that a good move?
It's okay.
I don't think that was a good move. But I think that was a terrible move. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I'm playing terrible. Oh, we're tied. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what the fuck? Okay, I came back. We're tied. What the hell?
This is an amazing game.
How did you go and do that?
Because I'm sexy and I've got a big cock. What do you want me to do about it?
You're too far in front of me. Is there any way I can come back?
Maybe.
Rabbi, you're raping.
Might it would be the link between ape and man?
I think that's an interesting question, and it really goes
Rabbi, you're really hurting me.
as far as evolution of
Rabbi, I kind of want you to just like stop doing this. This is bad.
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Is this just how bad Riser is at connectable?
Maybe.
How bad is Riser at connectable?
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
But how bad is
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. It's kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere, it'll be like a win. It'll be like, how did that happen? Just take him, just shock him. Oh, what a move, Zoot.
Give them a. Are you intelligent?
Smartest motherfucker on earth.
You think I'm intelligent?
I think you need some work.
Why do you think that?
You need a rubber band. We drew. Zoot. We tied.
How?
You tied me.
Oh, it doesn't count as a win.
No. Good job,
It
Zoot.
should.
Okay.
How did you tie? Like, you had such a big lead. How did we tie?
Because in reversing, it's like the whole thing can reverse.
Do you think you played strategically well that game?
I don't really know. It's like, even if you think that the game is over for the other guy, you can come back and win.
What? What? I think I know how to beat you though.
Let's see it.
No, I give up.
Don't give up. Did you resign?
I gotta go.
Bye, Zoot. Zoot, what are you gonna get?
To
What are you gonna get?
hello, Ben.
That's
Hello,
right.
Ben. I'll be back. I'll be back later.
Okay, Pimp. Take care. I hope you have a better day.
His website is his name. Pick up at coastname.com. We're talking about his book, Bigfoot Sightings. He also wrote American Ghost Stories. We'll touch on that a little bit later on. Mike, in terms of the Bigfoot explosion, why can't we find
So that's the million-dollar question.
Unfortunately, very brilliant, Noah, fortunate, her student, Eleonora of Toledo, non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen.
Villages in Persia and in Iraq. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long.
How to behave
Because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job.
She disagreed.
And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Mong Khan to some extent fulfilled it. Well, no, they did. Greek did not.
This family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah,
The Jews were to
they weaken with every generation.
all the
Every
Jews living
generation.
in
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan,
furthermore, the court
articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist, and he likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you were a person that wanted to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper. It indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the Great Khan, Genghis Khan. So in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, but, the way trees work is like there's women in each step. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms you have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected.
Yes.
And then they...
No. One person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Modern Chartable, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe it. In Mongolia today,
literally that
we have nobody who claims to say Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing.
And it's a contrast to their predecessors.
So the reason I say this is
Were called
this methodology is pretty solid.
Oh, I believe that they found some connection with people.
Exactly are the
Yeah, but
They have no evidence that it's really a
Let me
connection to
remind
Genghis
you of a
Khan.
discussion
I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
about this
yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible.
You'll read that Hadoro.
Well, we've already had the Huns come through. We've had
Yeah,
all the Turks.
yeah.
Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came up.
Closer population
Yeah,
wise.
you're right. You're right.
On the other hand,
Sinai,
I wish they could
here,
get
by the way, in this great
some
picture of
proof.
Charles
I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is.
Had a big
We have no
influence on me,
DNA.
really. I was over
Nobody knows where he went.
At any
They
rate,
don't, so they don't know where
there was
he's
this idea that, at that moment,
Okay, Genghis Khan
when
said,
God spoke
"Let
to
my
the
body
Jewish
go.
people as described in the
Let my
Bible,
nation live."
and they all
And he
said,
chose
wow,
to be buried in an unmarked
what
grave.
to say about that. That was like the
Mongols believe very
greatest sort of
strongly it should
spiritual
always be that way.
sensitivity
Most of the Khans who
a
followed
large
him were
population
also buried
that ever
in
occurred
a similar way.
in history.
The Chinese
And it's all
emperors,
been
were
downhill
buried in
since then.
very elaborate
As we go
tombs.
further and further
Not
away
the
in
Yuan
time
dynasty.
from that revelation at
And so
Sinai,
Kublai Khan
Jewish theology
was buried back with
people
his
get less and
grandfather
less spiritually
in an
sensitive.
anonymous
Now,
grave.
this does not mean
And,
that we become
Not
less
everyone like Quick
intelligent.
died when he was
In
attempting
fact,
towards Russia. He was died out there. He
very
was
basic
buried out there.
principle that goes
I
along
think
with
his
the decline of the
I think his
generations
father
that
was
later
also buried out
generations
there.
are considered
That was
more
more their homeland.
authoritative.
But
For a host of
many of them
reasons
were
that
buried
will
with
not
him.
concern us here, but
And
basically much more familiarity with social
It's
innovations,
known
technological innovations
not-
that are big, more
well,
of
at
a
the same time,
grasp of material
it's
that might not
officially you should not
available
know it.
to
You
earlier
cannot know
generations.
it.
Just on a simple technical
It
level,
should never be
like my
disturbed.
phone
He should never be
has
disturbed.
the
We're not
entire
gonna have a
Talmud
Turk
and all of
come
its
in.
commentaries
But you're
that
saying,
have
like,
ever
the
been
people
digitized on it right
Mongolia,
here on my
they
head. So
have
in many ways,
They believe he's in a certain place.
we are
Yes.
living in the
They believe
21st
they know
century.
what place
And
is.
by
It's secret. You can do
nothing.
nothing.
Books that
Nothing.
500 years ago, most
Just
scholars
leave
would
it
never
as
have
it is.
been able to see because they were just
No roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing
but the notion that
can be done.
Jewish
It's a
history,
holy land.
many of the
dedicated to
more
him
traditional
and his
historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they fulfilled what Isaiah the knowledge of
I believe in this thing about let my nation live.
behavior that's described in
And when I say to people, what they ask me, what did he look like? And I said, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw it.
the post-Babylonian exile, which
If you look at the portrait of
down,
Kublai
but
Khan
nevertheless
and Genghis
still
Khan, they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol. And they looked alike when his grandfather said he didn't. And then Abdullah Khan and Mughal looked different. They looked themselves. There was nothing, but I say if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any Garrett Mongolia, the first town you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation, he created that nation.
Sometime
That's his
after
face.
the Amoraim,
Does that
then
make
you
you
have the
sad
so-called
that
Haudenosaunee, the first ones, and
that
they
there's
represent
no,
such a significant shift in the type
you know,
of
from
thinking,
his
the types
time
of things they did
capturing
for research,
his
that
image,
we have a whole
that he
lecture
really
alone on the
made
Rishonim. I
himself
encourage
sort
you
of
to go back
disappear
in the
into the
series
lab.
and
Does that make you
listen to
sad?
that if you want to know more about the Acharonim.
Not at
But
all.
that's where we are right now.
Because
Acharonim
he's everywhere.
are the scholars who
When
lived
you have
after the
these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan,
and they are in many
the
ways
Russians are
quite
still using the
distinct
YAM
from the
system.
Rishonim.
Yes, I am.
We haven't had
There are many aspects of him that are out there in the
anyone
world.
term
And I think they're, I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter.
Of the acronym.
These ideas live on,
I haven't read a lot
and we
about
still
it.
have not fulfilled them.
Myself
We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors.
First of all,
The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people.
rather than
They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same,
on the Talmud
not bed,
itself,
like
on
his
the
case,
Bible
sleep in the
itself,
same
on the Mishnah itself,
situation,
tend to write
simple home.
commentaries that even when they are based on
Tremendous respect
or
for
text,
leaders
they're
that live
widely cognizant of a
just as
broader
the people who they lead.
by way of contrast,
It's,
for example,
mostly not done.
Maimonides
But what it
will
is,
quote
I
directly
have
from the
just
Talmud,
infinite respect for that. That is the way.
but he will
What
not spend a
lessons
lot of
can you
time talking
Can
about
we learn from
other
Genghis Khan that apply to the modern
commentators on
world?
the Talmud.
You've already said
Really
religious
base
freedom,
his
some of these ideas.
halakhic discussions.
Well, I think
based
those
on
are his policy ideas. I think are part we can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and
So it tends to
they're
be
having religious
sort of
freedom
like
of individuals.
meta-analysis rather
But
than
also,
a first
he had
order
interesting
analysis.
things. He
And
had
that's also, I
tax-free
think, very
status
much characteristic
for
of modern
all
research in
religions,
general.
all
That you have to,
physicians,
like,
and
have
all
a
teachers.
literary survey.
didn't pay
Who else is
taxes in
becoming
his
public?
empire.
What do they say? That's the
As
kind
a
of thing
former
that Acharonim
teacher,
much more so.
I praise them out of pure greed and
Secondly,
self-interest.
of their
It's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's
are almost
the
always
idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people,
language is
as I
still
recall,
coded,
just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the
when I went
spirit
to
of the
yeshiva,
people.
which was
Spiritual.
course,
That's very important. That's a
style yeshiva. We
profound
spent almost
approach
all our
to
time
life.
learning how to
So these are
decode
policies, and I'm not advocating so much for policies, but I think some of the general principles of
and then when we got to Acharonim, it was so fast.
admit your mistake to
So
yourself,
much more text,
correct it, and
covering
go
so much
on
more
with your
mileage.
life.
The language was just kind of like a breath of
All of
fresh
us
air.
say it's
We've shown
important,
him
but we
every
don't do it
single
for the
syllable,
most part.
every single
We don't
little
learn from our
dot and
failures
tittle in the
as much
text
as we think.
so much.
The other
You have to
idea
pause
of
and have to
promoting
contemplate
people
what
on
it
ability,
means and what are the possible
I think
ambiguities.
that's certainly an
Whereas
idea
the writings of the
that
Acharonim
is very valuable, not in a simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with. Oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that. But really evaluating people and their ability.
Say something,
I
but
think it's a very
more
good
words helps with the
thing,
precision
not
and
the only
rapidity.
thing, but I think it's very important.
Third,
And even though he failed in the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family,
they
it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can
but
learn from
those
that
theoretical
principle.
questions are not pure
The
theory.
other thing I think is just his
linked to
global
an actual situation.
feel
They
for the
tend to be
world,
linked to a
his global
specific question
understanding.
that
Here was a man who had no
raised about
education in any
a
formal
real life
sense,
case,
and he had this sense that the world should be united.
This other body of
We should
information
have
that they would
things that
simulate
unite
in
all
order to
people.
bring it to bear. on
Everybody should have their own law, but
Those
there
are
should be
three
a
characteristics
higher
that,
law of heaven
my humble
that governs people.
are associated with the Acharonim.
And
Maybe
this
helpful
later
in
was
this
translated,
context
everybody
to
should
sort
have
of
their
look
own
at
language, but they all write the same alphabet.
author
Like
who was
Kublai
widely
Khan did
considered
or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in
a
Iran,
liminal
a
character
Persian Ilkhanate,
whose writings
a Chinese paper.
straddle the
It didn't work.
Rishonim
The people
and
there
the
were used to do. So there,
This is,
but
of
all
course,
this
none other than
international
Rabbi
spirit of their empire. I think that we need today, we talk about, oh, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible. And
he was a fantastic
we're more
scholar,
provincial than ever.
remarkable
We're just so
legal scholar,
provincial,
also a
and
Kabbalist.
sometimes we use all this technology to help
And
preserve our
he is the author
provincialism.
of the
And
most
we can't
widely
think in global
used
terms. We can't think about the world.
Shulchan
It's just amazing to me.
Set table.
How
However, why do
narrow-minded
we
we
call him
I
Maran?
also,
With incredible respect.
saw the Mongol proverb,
Why don't we call him Maran?
if you're afraid, don't do it.
Why do we
If
call
you do
him
it,
Maran?
don't be afraid.
Say,
That
also,
you
by the way, known as
especially celebrate.
the
There's something to that.
as if to say,
This,
this is really
in many
the
ways,
model of all authorship.
Genghis
So
Khan
the
is
reason
a
is because
representation of
a magnum opus is not
a person
And in
But that's a
fact,
self-made man.
place
That
much
person
less
from
emphasis
nothing
on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch.
willed
His
an entire
greatest
empire
work of
into
scholarship is
existence.
undoubtedly this
And
incredible work
everything
called
against
the
him
Beit
that you
Yosef,
can think of.
which is
Your
a
family deserting you, your
style
father
commentary on
dying
an
at
earlier
early age,
code
all
called
these things
Tefillah.
like that.
And
But
what he
as
does with
Jamalka
the
said,
Torah
he had a good
is
mother and he had a good wife.
begins this kind of meta-analysis, and it really goes deeply
There
into
were
the
many
sources.
crucial points at
Once
which
again,
it was
using
either
the
his mother or
kind
his wife
of pragmatic tools to
made
draw
the
out
deciding
the
point.
theoretical
His wife
foundations
was the one
of
who
the decisions
caused
as
the first
laid
break
down
with
in the
Jamalka
Torah.
to go
Now,
away.
amazingly, he went
Later
and he
on,
wrote commentaries on
when the
other
shamans had
great
become
codes,
too
such as
powerful,
Maimonides'
and
Mishnah
they had
Torah.
humiliated
And
his
when
younger
he
brother,
finished all of these,
she was the one
only then
who
did
said
he
he
go
had
on
to
to write
crack down on the
Shulchan Aruch,
shamans
which he clearly intended
who were
actually
exercising too much
not
power.
as the primary
And,
text to be
she
studied.
guided him
He
a lot.
hoped that people would
It
study
cannot be
his Beit
understated
Yosef,
how
his
important
Kesef Mishnah, other works like that,
critical
other
women
great
are in
commentaries.
this story.
The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of
It's
like a
fascinating.
short form of all of the
You say they're
decisions
not behind the
that were
scenes
reached
because they're always out
after
front.
having discussed
court,
all
they
of
always
the
stand up
previous
front.
codes.
They're always out
And he
front.
actually
This
intended for
this
people to
horrified
review it
the
every 30
Chinese,
days.
who were very good Confucians,
Studying
it
the entire
horrified the
Shulchan
Muslims.
Aruch
It
every
horrified
month.
the Christians.
But that's really what he was
Who
doing, kind of like a
they
short
didn't know what to
form.
they
It's
said.
a
The women
concise
even
version
drink in
of
public.
the much longer
Yeah, they drink in
style,
public.
but
You
it's
know,
a good thinking that he was
they do work with it. So sometimes it was like
So
that, but
the
other
Beit
times
Yosef
it's with Dorjin. She's actually the root.
last
Or the
work
case of his
the Rishon
daughters,
era and the
such as,
Shulchan Aruch by the same
Malachi
authors.
went to rule over a part of the child called the Angu people.
Period of the
And the
Aruch.
other
He
daughters
also
who
had a
ruled over
fantastic
different.
and
They
amazing
ruled in
life,
their own
which
nations.
also
And
straddled.
he's very. This is something about the secret history that I've said. I get the chapter. They're all the sections are numbered. I get to chapter number or section 215. There's only half a sentence.
Constantinople and ended up in Sfat.
214, he's just awarded a girl. He calls his daughter. She planned on.
So
She
that's
lives
sort
with
of like
his
what the
mother
Aruch
at this
are all
point.
about. Let me just ask one last question.
His youngest son,
What
Talal,
about
is only 4 years old.
the period we're in
Once the
right
time
now?
comes
It's
and
been a long time.
Mother Erlo
5
gives him food
centuries
because
that
she
we
food
have been
everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis
Is there
Khan.
something?
He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife
So,
with another hand.
there are
Tani
definitely
raised up,
who are
she
still
grabbed his
alive
arm and held it down.
And
Two men,
greatest
Jim and
rabbis,
Jim, they
very
were back
widely
behind
respected
the gear,
in Israel.
slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. You don't do it
But
in the
there's
light.
interesting kind
And
of
so they were back there doing that.
that,
So
and
they
I'm
raised
kind of
up
going on a
the
limb
axe and
here.
they
This
killed
is
the
not
man.
really my
And so
area
they
of expertise. to
Genghis
say
Khan
that
is awarding
historians
everybody for all
should talk
their
too much
deeds.
about our
And
own
gentlemen,
times, because
and
like
Jim,
pressing our windows up
they
against
want to
the
be
glass.
rewarded for
But
saving the life
when
of
I look
Talal.
at like new
You should know,
books on
you killed the
Jewish stuff,
Tatar.
particularly
Tani saved his
Holocaust,
life because she held the hand that had
where the Acharonim tend
the
to
knife
be a
until you got there to kill
It's an
him.
interesting
She
phenomenon.
saved it, and now we
Hyper
reward her.
specialization.
So he's finished that story in 214.
Assisted
He
by
gets to 215.
technology.
He says,
Because
now
now,
let us reward our
want
daughters.
to find everything that's
It's actually
ever
only a
been
phrase of
written
a, that's,
even
I
the most
said it's a
arcane
complete sentence,
subject.
so it's not quite
It's
complete.
simply a Google search
The
away.
rest is gone.
Obviously, there's some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so
And
all of a
I was
sudden,
just so,
a person can
and I looked at all these different translations of how the different
broad
languages,
grasp
most
of what
often
has
they
ever, anywhere been
translate it,
written
and now
about a
let
specific
us
issue,
marry
write
our
a book
daughters.
about how these things come to pass.
Oh no.
I'll give you
Oh, no.
one example.
He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his
I'm
daughters.
sure many of
I
you who
give
are watching
these
this are
people
familiar
to
with
you
the
to
custom
rule.
that on the holiday of
You have
Hanukkah,
3
one
husbands.
should eat
You have
foods associated
your
with oil,
honor.
right? The oil is
You have your nation.
Hanukkah,
You have the
and
man that
and
I
so on.
give to you.
One of the most common foods is
The man I give to you
latkes and
goes in
also
the army with me.
donuts, which are
And
known
he's a soldier.
as
Stay
Judaism.
here and rule for me.
So
Brilliant.
Israel and
The
Jewish
Chinese, when they
neighborhoods all
arrived
over
in
the
the
world,
world,
you'll see
they
lots
didn't
and
know
lots
what to
of
think. There she is ruling this area.
that are baked and available for.
And they said, well, she can read it, right? And she's the supreme judge. And she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission.
They don't have a hole in them,
But they
but they
didn't say
are
which one she was
hollow
saying.
and they're
Right, that is
jelly
restricted
or
to
So you're saying the secret history is we
There's a reason
have gotten access to
Just a couple
has
years
been
ago, this remarkable
edited to remove the significance of women, even though
so-called
they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is
it's all
most
about
of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to
on the
war.
holiday.
And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes
hundreds of
the
pages,
sons of
all
the last
about
one, you know.
eating
But
donuts.
they were going off to war, and
So
they weren't reproducing very. Only one Tzitzikin, who was ruling in Siberia,
post
she was the one
that
who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire into a lot of. I had a lot of power later. What happened was the area for
related to something as
for example, was then taken over by
and it
Kublai Khan.
remains to be seen.
And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by
I don't know how long this
their
will last.
nephews as they died out. Not in their whole
on the
lifetime.
horizon,
They
but
didn't kill them in at all. But as they
anyway,
died out,
I hope you found
then,
this brief lecture
took it
useful.
over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like,
Subscribing
no, Northern China, even though it was Pakistani, it always was Mongol.
Thank you very much.
She was ruling because her husband was Mongol and her sons were Mongol. Therefore, they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. Then there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase that that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything, mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within this empire. So then I like that, and I stress that, and I see those things. I think that's one thing, but other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history at all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You ever been up mountains and some trees and then a big band of steps and then a big band of sand and gravel? For many people, it would start appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something. Or you can have a condo right there. You can have a building. We can sell off. They haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down, and they're only in records. Farm and city count as one category. Because it's several people. It doesn't matter if they're all several people.
Welcome.
They live there.
Can you hear me?
That Genghis Khan would return to love. If he returned
Yo,
to the capital city, he would
what's up, Bigfoot Jones?
He would have no idea.
How you living, pimp? Long time no see.
I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the tail that's all embroidered. You know, yeah, I'm Mongol. And geez, I said, where's your horse? Oh, keep it in the countryside. You know, but he would recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. You know, it's something we can't understand because when we pray, we're usually saying, you know, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you so. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, What would you recommend? What's the right way?
I'll start with my home. Start there. You come over here. This is nice valley. Have a nice valley here. I think almost any direction you go outside the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on who you're with.
Yo, Pimp, how are you?
People go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around.
Kicking ass, taking names. How have you been?
And then they circle back to the city and they stop off to see it. We call Przewalski.
What's new?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, Doug, go ahead.
Oh, nice. Okay. How are you, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in the hood?
Yeah, not too much. You know, been away. You know, like was out of Sydney for quite a while, and you know, just thought I'd drop in and see how you doing, man.
You know, same old, same old. I have been spamming people on Kick and seen a lot of growth in the Discord. We've had like 50 new people join in the last week, so that's really great.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, excellent. And how about you in your personal life?
Oh, I'm doing well, thankfully. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How about you?
Not too bad, man. Like, to be honest, it's actually not that interesting, but whatever.
Have you been?
I went out for a funeral way out west last week.
Like Perth?
Way out west of the country, Australia. Yeah.
You were in Perth?
No, I'm in sort of the east coast of Australia.
I know, but didn't you just say you went way out west?
Oh, sorry. So, like, way out west into sort of country, New South Wales.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Stayed in.
Yeah, no, I get you.
So, I mean, it's like, sort of dairy country, sort of. Yeah.
Did you see any cows?
It's quite beautiful. Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Did you see any cows?
Well, heaps. It's all like dairy country. So that side of my family are all dairy farmers. So it's like a very sort of lush rolling hills, you know, with sort of deep gullies, and they all it's all cows everywhere. Yeah.
Very well. Would you remind me, Bigfoot Jones, how'd you find out about me?
I found out about you through what's his name? Bernard Goldsmith.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Absolutely. Have you been on Twitter recently?
I've been a couple of times, but not for a few weeks.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Nothing. I'll just go up to my mum's place and see how she's. Look after her for the weekend.
Are you gonna slang dick like it's going out of style when you see some chicks?
Well, not at the moment. That's complicated.
Okay, are you on the dating apps?
So basically, like, I'm taking a break from that until I get over my health problems.
Okay. What's your health problem? Too big of a dick?
No. It's not a problem for me, that whole thing, but anyway, it's hard problems.
Okay,
sir.
sir.
You, man? Are you going to be slinging dick to any bitches?
Oh, dog. All day, 24/7, 365. So many bitches I can't even count.
Yeah, right.
I get bitches who just DM me that they masturbate to me. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, really?
Oh, tons of them.
That's amazing.
Word, dog.
Well, I don't think I've ever come on to Discord when you've not been in your on the camera. So how do the ladies come onto the well, how do you meet ladies? I guess.
Oh yeah, sure. So I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now, so I don't have any chicks in mind. But I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just masturbate in front of me on camera, and I can't say that that's not a bad thing. Or I get girls who just want to text and have dirty sexting, which is cool. And then I get chicks who are like, "Can I masturbate to you?" And I'm like, "Do whatever the fuck you want." I mean, I'm not the
Oh my god.
guardian. And then I get chicks who they get like obsessed, and they're like, "I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you." And I'm like, "Okay, well,
Oh
whatever."
my god. Are you kidding? No way.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
wow.
it's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you, and their behavior, your like, starts to become influenced.
Okay. Yeah, right. Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
Word, dog. So yeah, at least
Okay.
in terms of chicks, I got to keep them off of the stick sometimes. I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from, but there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. But girls, if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind to do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, okay. All right. Like it. Yeah, good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, how have you been? So I know that I found out about you via, whatever, falconry finance. Have you been expanding your sort of, you've been getting more popular? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Doug, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users, but and it's cool, it's growing, but I just became public enemy number one there because of all my spamming, to the point where the mods had to like redo their rules for me, and or not just for me, but for users. And I was doing really I mean, like, I could still spam it, but what ends up happening if I put the name Rabbi in the name of my account, it automatically gets banned. So anybody who puts the name Rabbi in their account name gets banned. Also, if you put the word Discord in your account name, it gets banned. So I'm like, those are two words that I use a lot, but they just recognize that I was just really just spamming the whole platform 24/7 with that. So
I mean, I think last time I came in, you said you were the most streamed person ever in the history of the internet.
In global history, yeah, absolutely, that's true.
By the way, what time is it there?
It's about 5 a.m.
Okay, yeah, right. All right. Well, yeah, man. I kind of wanted just to drop in and say good day and see how you were doing, so forth.
Absolutely, my friend. I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we'd love to have you, okay?
Hopefully, I think, in maybe 6 months, I'll be back to slinging dick, but, I'm sort of, I'm going through sort of as I said, health problem, but it's nothing permanent, thankfully, hopefully.
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less.
Yeah. All right, man. You take care now.
Excellent. Stay strong. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, big dog?
Yeah, I'll pop in a couple of weeks. Who knows?
Absolutely. Love it. Take care, Pimp.
Have a good morning. See you, man.
You as well, buddy.
Bye.
Southern Palisades kids went back to school yesterday, different district. They're in a temporary school because of the fires. So they're at the old Sears building. And then a lot of Orange County doesn't go back until I believe it's next week or maybe even the week after. We used to start school in September. It's changed. So anyway, that means a lot of extra, probably extra cars on the road too today. Will Schreiber just agreed with me. So he'll get you the latest and get you to where you need to go today and make sure that you get there on time. We don't want the kids to be late, right? Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. As I just mentioned, more than 540,000 students and 24,000 teachers are heading back to class since the first day of school in the LA school district. The district has taken steps to ensure safe passage for students and parents because of the ICE immigration enforcement actions. And that includes changing bus routes to better serve immigrant families. A fire burning in the Grapevine near Gorman has charred about 200 acres. It's 0% surrounded. The fire burning in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County continues to grow. It's now burned almost 133,000 acres and is 41% surrounded. Evacuation orders this morning still in effect. 11 suspected gang members are facing federal charges. 6 have been arrested in connection with a massive sex trafficking ring along the Figueroa corridor in South LA, apparently notoriously known for prostitution. Prosecutors say the group recruited their victims through the foster system on social media that kidnapped and drugged the women and girls before turning them into sex workers. Things appear to be ramping up in Israel as the IDF prepares to take over parts of the Gaza Strip. Is it a bluff or is it imminent? ABC's Jordana Miller joins us from Jerusalem with more. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes.
It's crazy that now it's crazy no more paper rings. Now I realize most people steal them, but I don't. I never do. I've never had once. I did one time when I was overseas and I couldn't buy it, and so I was in another country, and so I whatever. It was a technical infrastructure issue, and so I watched it through the I feel like I get a pass. Yeah. It's crazy that now it's crazy no more paper rings now.
Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Kids in LA going back to school. The new academic year begins today. The district is implementing those measures to ensure what it calls safe passage for students and parents who are worried about federal immigration rates. Hundreds of district employees, volunteers, school police,
I realize most people
from several areas are patrolling about 100 campuses and set up so-called safe zones. District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho will spend the day visiting 8 schools. LA Mayor Bass calling for an end to the federal immigration raids in the city. She's expected to join leaders and community members from the West Side this morning to speak against what they call the discriminatory and reckless immigration raids and the administration's chaotic escalation of its tactics.
There you go. So
Possibly intoxicated man has been removed from a plane that was on its way to LA after flight attendants and pilots say he was yelling racial slurs and fighting with flight attendants and other passengers.
CBS.
That makes sense.
Why does it not make sense?
The plane later landed safely in LA. Governor Newsom says California will move forward with drawing up a new congressional map.
The governor not holding back in an all-caps post on X calling President Trump Taco Trump. Newsom said Trump missed the deadline and California will now draw, quote, more beautiful maps that will end the Trump presidency and allow Democrats to take control of the U.S. House of Representatives. The announcement comes as Texas Republicans attempt to redraw congressional maps to get 5 additional seats in their party's favor. Spokesperson for California State Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas confirmed to ABC that the state legislature is aiming to release draft maps on Friday. A report for KFI News.
All caps X post. I think it's just gotten so out of control. Crazy. Did he end it with thank you for your attention? Oh, he did. Here it is. Liberation Day, many are calling it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. GCN. Ooh, what's Gavin Newsom's middle name? I'll have to Google it. I'll do that while Will is getting us the first look at our morning commute. We got a truck crash in the Grapevine on the 5.
There we are. Yeah, we've got two big things actually happening on the 5. First of all, south by the Template Highway, we've got a crash involving a tanker truck. The 2 right lanes are blocked. There is a slowdown behind this as they work to clear this. And that's on the southbound side of the 5 and Template Highway. And then in the Grapevine area, this is going to be right around the back. Looks like we have a fire burning. There's yet another fire burning off the side of the 5 freeway. All the lanes are open. We might still have some on-ramps and off-ramps closed between Smoky Bear Road and Vista del Lago. Keeping an eye on that. And just be aware that you're going to see firefighting operations if you head north of the 5 from the Grapevine. Although the main line lanes are open and there are no huge delays. One more thing, beware. And in Inland Empire, it's about 2:15 at last week's crash being worked on. Otherwise, most of the freeways moving at full speed. To surprise you with Southern California's most accurate traffic report. It's right now.
It's Christopher.
My whole life, I've never really been into Corvettes. They just haven't really been my thing. But then a few weeks ago, I got an email from a viewer in Atlanta, Georgia, who invited me down to come and check out his Corvette, the ultimate Corvette, a C6 Corvette ZR1. So I figured, might as well give it a shot. I'll start the tour with something I always found to be a little odd about the Corvette ZR1. Now, a lot of exotic cars have clear hoods so that you can see through the cool engine. The ZR1 also has a clear hood. Hello! But when the ZR1's hood is closed with these cool parts and pieces, you just see the engine cover. I've always found that to be a little strange. Climb inside, though, and it looks like a regular Corvette. The base price of the ZR1 was $105,000 just 8 years ago, and inside, well, regular Corvette buttons and center screen, regular Corvette climate control vents, regular Corvette shift lever and center control stack, regular Corvette dashboard and floor mats, regular Corvette manual reclining seats, regular Corvette gauges with a little ZR1 logo, regular Corvette stalks for the turn signals and the windshield wipers, regular Corvette switchgear for the climate controls, and a regular Corvette parking brake that sticks up out of the center console. It even has that regular GM font for the odometer and that typical General Motors green glow for the heads-up display. And let's be honest, on the outside, it looks pretty regular too. Considering this is a 6-figure ultra Corvette with 638 horsepower, you have to admit that most people would probably look at it and think it's just a Corvette. But then again, none of this stuff really matters if it's amazing behind the wheel. So, how does it drive? I started off on normal roads. I don't feel like I'm driving anything but a standard Corvette. This feels like a fairly rational pace of auto at about 40 miles an hour on suburban roads, and it feels like still feels like an old car. If it sounds like I'm a little bored, well, I am. This is the fabled Corvette ZR1, but mostly I wasn't really all that impressed with it. There just wasn't that much to say about it. Then I moved on to some twisty roads. Hey, Chris. Certainly doesn't handle like a minute car. Look at that face. Is that face the face of someone who's satisfied with the ultimate Corvette? It was fine on these curvy roads, but I was starting to wonder, what's all the hype about this car? So here's my conclusion about the Corvette ZR1. The interior, the exterior styling, the driving experience around town on curvy roads, it's a little too mundane for a 6-figure car. But the speed, well, that's a different story. But when I was 20 and the Corvette ZR1 just came out, I remember thinking to myself, why would anyone ever get a Ferrari anymore? Now that you can buy a Corvette with all this performance for half the price. But on paper, isn't really the same as real life. And in real life, this isn't really a Ferrari competitor. Is it worth $100,000? Not to me, but I have to admit, if you go on Auto Trader and look through used listings, this is starting to creep into the low 60s and high 50s. And in that territory, it's a whole different ballgame.
I heard on the radio just a few hours ago, one of the hostages who was taken by Hamas in the first 60 days before the mass destruction, before any kind of major
Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front.
So excited.
If you want to see the more Turkic area where the hunt you go far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic, and you come the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, there are massive forms of cranes that come. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. So each area has something special. Particularly the history of Genghis Khan. The Mongolians love him. They worship him. They don't do too much to capitalize on his whole area, the Hinti. You can go to the Hinti areas, you can go to large areas. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world, is the place where they say he found his wit. When he was coming back from being at the camp of Ascot,
Ma Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Yisrael. Church and Club.
was obviously used from a horse. For the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your will is your ego, your wind horse that lives inside of you. Your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities, but it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild like the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment he's on his way back home to go with Tolga and other soldiers to the Lurgan to rescue Bursa. And so symbolically he found a wind. I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
That he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. It's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this thing, a baton or something like that. But no, it's what they call a wind. To shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. Look out into the future. What gives you hope for human civilization across humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on Earth. You know, it's just that oh man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talk to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they? What? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. You know, it's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God! You know, it's everything like that. I did almost every day. I meet somebody, just one person, you know, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. I do find in Asia that happens a lot. You know, that people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world, and the way my grandchildren talk, the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curd, they bring me strawberries that they baked in the forest in the summer, or they bring pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Oh, everybody. You got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. And all the other yogurt in the world is not good. My grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so, over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils it with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. You know, people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. I think my wife had to Events, I've talked about this before, something. She had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, unable to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate and altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would come out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up, or pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that, and not let me do it. We could go to the opera, and you had to go up this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera. You know, we would go, and I had no worries. I knew 2 guys would come from one side, 2 guys from the other side. They would carry on. And they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And they, even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play some fiddle or oud to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and so anybody started, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her. There's a kind of like the children would come up there in America. They're all afraid to see them in a wheelchair. Not to name any names, but you guys feel like when it comes to this. The children would always come there. Always. They were very good. It feels like learning something about the manosphere before there was. They're in a country. They were like writing for their culture. I'm in the countryside. You come to here. You never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask. It's like insulting the people. Like, what? You're not good hospitable people. I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. There's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of butterflies. You know? Yeah. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And I swear, within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. They say, where did you come from? But the mother sent them over. Oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. Things like that. Individuals do give me hope. People one by one, or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you found your way. You mentioned that your wife is also
Towards the end, we're just sitting there watching the sunset of Albany, really pictures of mine. She's holding, we're holding hands, she's in the chair paralyzed, and we're just sitting there staring off. That's one of my favorites. My consciousness was exciting. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to people like anything. Talk about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is, it's very odd. People don't believe something. I failed English in college. I really don't college. Nobody in my family, growing up, my grandparents was the countryside. They had third grade education. My father had 7th grade. I was to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they could send 2 people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. Or he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. You know, so I got to college. And I can't say, oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year I was put on probation to be kicked out of the school. My grades were so low overall. You know, and then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. You know, I met her.
Hello and welcome to
briefly,
another video
not in high school, but just
today I'd like to spend some time with you.
we met later.
The
I told her, she just looked at me,
one
she said,
Shopatite speed. Very
I
dramatic.
was a professor, though. I was just a professor. You can write anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said.
Not the first
I
time
don't care
that
what she said, I would believe it.
have made
And I was like,
their
yeah,
appearance in
that's
Jewish
right, that's
history,
just a
but this time
professor.
with one of the
You know,
most consequential, particularly in modern
she inspired me.
because the impact of
But she
Shopatite
also,
speed's
she
activity
supported me all the way through
geographically
She was taking some courses of her own and she was doing
far
graduate
away.
But she inspired me, but she told me,
was affected by
I said, I want to write for more people
and
than just for
also
other scholars. I've done
chronologically,
this
because over the
dissertation or
next
PhD.
200 years,
It's just
there
dry.
will be continuing
That's a hot Gobi Desert.
and the challenge that
And
posed to
I didn't know what to do. And she said,
so let's spend a little bit of time looking
just
at
tell the
exactly
story to
what
me.
Shopatite speed
But I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio.
what actually
And I'm
happened
listening in my car driving somewhere.
Let us
Just tell the
recall
story
that
to me.
this is happening in an
And
era
to
where
this day,
there's
I
much
wish every
more
word I
ready
liked.
communications.
So
There's
always
print media,
just
of course,
tell
has
the
been
story.
widely, and the idea of
And I always read the books to
enthusiastically
sleep.
adopting a potential
She couldn't
Messiah
comprehend
is something of
much,
great
you know.
interest to Christian
But she
readers
just
as well.
loved hearing
There's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles that are contemporary.
The last years of her life, I gave up
things
this
like that. And a lot of popular public
back to our
that
original home in
explain
South
to
Carolina.
non-Jews
And I said,
exactly
okay,
what was
we're just
going
going
on
to
with
live
Shopatite
here,
speed. And
watch
this
the
tended to
ocean, do
circulate
things
back
like that.
into the Jewish
Just
community as
we're
well,
worthless
where many
teenagers.
Jews were followers of Shopatite
My
speed would
wife
actually
used to have
bring
episodes of clarity.
to their gatherings.
I have no idea what
We have a
cause
wide
it might be
variety
2
of them.
hours, it might be 7 or 8
Example you're
hours.
seeing on screen right here
And
from
one day we would talk a lot.
1966, right at the height of the
And so
activities.
one time
And they
she said to
portrayed
me,
here
she
some
said,
kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse.
this disease is going to take my life. But it's taking your life.
Or something like that. In
She
France,
said, you gave up
one of the
teaching
Austrian emperors, even
and you gave up writing.
like this. Because
She said, how do you expect me to die
what to make of
in peace
Shopatite
if
The
I know
political
that you
context
gave
is,
up
of course,
everything to
very, very
this
significant. In the previous
disease?
video, we discussed the impact of the
She
Maoist
said, you
rebellion
should
on
write.
Eastern European Jewry.
So every single
There
day,
was a
we sat
follow-up
together
conflict
by the
between
water,
Russians and Swedes that
by
had
the window. I moved it
similar
into
kind
the
of
room,
repercussions
overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk. She sat in her wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background.
migrant Jewish
And for the
population
most part, she
ran
couldn't
away
talk.
to flee
But she liked to just sit there
an example of it,
beside me
none other than
working. And she knew that she was inspiration. She knew.
German
She was the battery that kept me going,
displaced population. It reminds me as
How
well
on
of the
earth
post-Holocaust era in the sense
if I
that
ever had
my
a
own
wife like that,
grandparents
I don't know.
orphans from
That's
the
beautiful,
Holocaust
Jack.
displaced
That's
people,
really beautiful.
and they
I just hit the
was
jackpot.
raised alongside my
And
father.
I see so many people that get
Like
by,
brother.
they
So
either
we're
like
talking
each
about
other or they're
like a
friends or something.
post-Holocaust kind of an era in which there's a huge
In my
amount
life,
of uncertainty.
there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren.
Anxiety
I don't
over
understand
the
them.
status of
But,
Jews, the stability of
but there's
life
one person in my
in
life,
many ways,
and that was my wife. For 44 years,
there's also
and her funeral was on our anniversary.
very heavy,
Just the way life works out,
Kabbalistic
But I was very lucky.
emanating
Very
from
lucky.
Spot, as we discussed
If,
a couple of lectures ago.
the two of you
Especially
lived
in
in
the
that
variety
a few
that
centuries
is,
ago,
circulating.
I might be reading a history book about
via
you
Risa.
conquering.
No.
And then she said, you should,
vision of how
If she said it, I probably would have believed her.
exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world.
Repair of
You know, in her final,
that people have to
I could not ask her questions, and I could not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember.
Society, but through acts of
when she would be restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from her life and just give the scene without saying to remember. But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, so ironic, it was a blue, broader wolf, but it's gray blue.
There's also an implication here.
Gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plasetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But
they might have had to
her last night,
educational
I told her that story again.
This may be
from all the details. I've gone through it many times. Her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights. And we arrived at night because, of course, the flight was late. And then the next night, going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia.
Of a talented, intellectual young man. His good looks
she was an inspiration. I have many nights or many days.
Quite an able
to make me cry, Jack.
Oh no,
and that's beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. It's such a fascinating journey through human history. One of the most impactful humans in human history.
I thank you very much. And the other research, including one. Realize how much research you have done. I feel like you're going to know things I don't know, and you have to pull something down, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left. It's me
around age 22,
riding there on the step. That would be incredible. So,
most scholars
thank you so much for talking to me, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Watford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. And now, allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history.
All kinds of other things.
I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. They covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade. He said one of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities. As we modern-day humans understand them, it was tough time for our progress. During each period of history, is that difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listen to Dan discuss and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, torture, of rape, separation of families is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, in this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote All Men Are Created Equal, which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner. making
delusions
him a
of
fascinating
grandeur.
case study of
So,
contradictions.
what were the characteristics?
In fact, there's
of the
evidence that
things
Thomas
Shabtansky was
Jefferson
talking about?
drew
First of
from
all,
Genghis
as I
Khan's
mentioned,
ideas about
at
the
the
importance
peak
of religious
his
freedom.
mania, he proclaimed himself
Pulling as he did foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history.
of Europe,
And
like
Dan, in
that,
this
to
episode,
his friends and
documents
associates.
these contradictions
He
and
would demand
complexities
of
quite well.
them various
Full range of human psychology
acts of obeisance, which
including how
typically
violations
involve
of basic human rights,
antinomian behavior.
greed,
Antinomianism is
generational
really defined
hatred.
here. This is perhaps
This,
one of
I
the
think, is
most
an important lesson to understand.
characteristic
The
elements
consequences
of
of our
his
moral
activity,
failings
and the one
can
that
reverberate
garnered
through
both the
decades,
most
even centuries.
enthusiasm among his
And that
followers
is perhaps
and
one of the
most
values of
criticism
studying
from
history.
detractors.
It is
Antinomianism
laden
means
with
basically
atrocities, but it also contains
anti-law
people
behavior,
who, while flawed,
law in Greek.
dare to
And he
rise
would, like,
in
take
some
the,
way about the moral
strictures of
decrepitude of the
Judaism and
day
the calendar
and
of
try to build the
Judaism,
foundation
and
of
he
a
would simply
slightly
turn it
better
on its head.
future world.
He would proclaim
As MLK Jr. put it,
fast days,
the arc of the
now
moral
feast
universe
days.
is long.
He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated
Now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza,
Passover,
Israel,
and
Palestine.
Sukkot, and
I'm not sure I'm
Shavuot all
eloquent
in
enough
1 week.
or know quite the
spread
right
out
words
throughout
to
the year.
express what I'm feeling.
Regular, as I mentioned,
Let me try.
pronounce the name of God
I think
aloud.
what is happening in Gaza
He would
is an
transgress the
atrocity.
Sabbath in various ways.
And I think that the Israeli government is
quite
directly
alarming
responsible for it.
but people who saw him
And
as the
to the
Messiah
degree the
would
U.S. government
behavior
is assisting the Israeli government in this,
new
which I
evaluation
believe it
of
currently
the
is,
laws.
it needs to
Particular
stop
things like taking
immediately.
the fast day of Tisha
For me,
B'Av,
as an American,
Day
it
of the
makes
month
me
of Av,
sick
which
to
is
know
regarded as
that my
the
government
national
has
day
any
of
role
Jewish mourning
in
for the
this
destruction of the temple.
atrocity.
But there are prophetic
This
signs
needs
to
to
say
stop.
that that particular day will become
Yes, there's
a
geopolitical
feast day
and
because it will
military
herald
complexity,
the birth of the
nuance,
Messiah.
and
Shabtansky
historical
also, by the way,
context
claimed to
that
have
I'm
been
told
born
by
on Tisha
some
B'Av,
so-called
which is very
experts that
convenient,
one must understand.
perhaps intentionally so.
And perhaps they are
So
smarter
by
than
making
me.
that into a feast day,
But
that
like
was
mentioned
something
before,
that really
unlike the
appealed to a
moral
lot of people,
complexity of
and
deep history
was in line
that I've
with
often
his claim
spoken
to be
about,
Messiah.
from the Roman
Perhaps
Empire
the
to
most
the Atlantic slave trade,
tempting, certainly
this
salacious
is the
aspect of
21st
his
century.
antinomian behavior
This is today.
was his
In this, the
argument that
21st century,
traditional
I see things
rules of
quite simply
sexuality no
and
longer
clearly.
apply in the Messianic
To
era.
me, the death of a
And
child
there was
is a
quite a bit
tragedy.
of free love happening.
It doesn't
in
matter what their
Shabtansky's
skin color is,
community
what
with,
their religion is,
the exchange
or
of
what plot
spouses,
of land they call
and
home.
he himself, as I
In my
mentioned, he
view,
actually
they are
married
all
a
equal.
woman named Sarah,
And
who
the death
was
of each
a
child
woman of
is a
questionable
tragedy.
reputation. She was apparently
Hamas
orphaned
did
from
a definitively evil act on October 7th,
massacres that we discussed
brutally
last
murdering
week.
over
And
1,000
she had
civilians.
quite a broad kind of
But
range of
now,
experience. But
the acts
Shabtansky
of war
saw
conducted
in
by the Israeli
Sarah his
government
opportunity
have led to the
to
death
yet
of over
another
60,000
type of
people in
messianic
Gaza,
prophecy,
likely
just
over
like
80,000
prophet
people,
Joshua
of
married
which at least
of
17,000 are children.
married Sarah. She actually would
17,000.
remain by his side right through to the
I'm not smart enough to know the path
so
to peace
this kind of
and flourishing
behavior
of all the peoples in the region.
challenge to
But I do
traditional
know
norms was something
that what has been happening in Gaza cannot
when
be
he
the
was
way.
at his most manic,
Suffering
he actually
at this
would,
kind of scale
one can
breeds generational hate
acts
that
and,
leads to more evil
to
in the
break
world,
down
not
the
less.
locked door of
To
the
more destruction,
synagogue because he
to more suffering.
from praying communally with them.
This has
When
to
he
stop.
came in, he insisted on
2 years ago,
not
I
only
spoke with many
reading the
Palestinians in the
Torah
West Bank
from a printed
on camera
book
and
rather
off.
than from the traditional
There's a
scroll.
video of it
He
up
actually
if you
invited his
want to
friends
hear
to
their
come up
voices for
and,
yourselves.
they had to,
It was a deeply
read
moving
Torah
experience
from text.
for me.
He actually invited
I'm
women
grateful
up for
for it.
Aliyah, which is
In the
not
future, I
controversial
hope to
today
find a way to talk to
in
people in
Orthodox
Gaza.
synagogues, but you can imagine
I still
how
think
much
it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers,
that
activists,
was in
from all
the
perspectives.
17th century.
But the most powerful
And
and
he
moving
insisted on
conversations
doing
for
things
me
like, for
on
example,
mic and off
singing
have
out
always been for the
loud
everyday people.
Castilian love songs.
This always felt like where the truth is,
Believed
the
there
deeper
was
truth of life,
Kabbalistic
of pain,
information encoded
fear,
while he's in synagogue
hope.
leading the Sabbath services. So,
and I
anyways,
still have
this
hope.
really
I believe
bizarre
we humans are
behavior
good at the
that
core.
we would not tolerate
I know we'll find our way.
Synagogue life, but
Thank you for listening.
headed to enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have
Following this
instilled
conversation,
more
Jack
interest in
Weatherford,
followers,
anthropologist and
this
historian
seems to have had a
specializing
significant
in
impact
Genghis
later,
Khan and
through
Mongol
Frankish in
Empire.
particular, perhaps
He has written
of
a legendary
local
book on this topic titled Genghis
He
Khan
was
and the Makings of
also,
the
as
Modern
I
World.
mentioned by the example
And
of
he has written many other books,
very open
including
to
Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan, The Making of China,
technology and
Genghis
how
Khan, The
this
Quest for
was
God,
actually part of the
Secret History of the Mongol Queens,
So what ended up
and
happening?
other excellent
The whole
books.
story. Here's
I've
one
come
broad
to know
sheet
Jack
that,
more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Favorite podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. Demands were stated, but sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is, what his approach to this counter-offer was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses, but women owned the houses, which were gears or tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the sacred history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband, his wife Sarah, looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. It appears that she decided mental illness did that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, "You must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Erlun after my name, and you remember me when you're with her." It's a very dramatic moment. He rode away, and he looked back and forth. It's like the pigtails or braids were hanging down, were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlun. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her,
Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming. You will never see this man
charge of
Sabbath right. That was the moment Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. Will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meaning is fundamentally
his resurrection as
a mixture
which is
of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him, and it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Who's being held by strange people, online lectures that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband.
Today I'd like to announce something.
He had a wife named Sobchiko. He had already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yesuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars.
And so to that end, I've created an online course,
which is sort of
massively
person of iron,
who would like to
is what it means from the
specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you get a sense of how well you absorb material. Some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class. And I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what I observe in the work. Maybe I should add in some more details. What areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well. So give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile, the tribes, the Babylonian exile, the return. We're going to try to understand something of the rule of the sages from that ancient period. The revolt before the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period, including diaspora communities.
There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Jews and re-divided family.
So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And
he was going to take him to Erlum's family, but he never made it.
The lectures
with another family. It's sort of the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's a sort of like instant love. That there was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Bershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity.
Mother Earl, by now she has 4 sons.
Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of very coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of very coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and ends at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and Conversos. The case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on this great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to 2 Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santander and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot on the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and she brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling in Cuba. One of the first Jews on the soil. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese.
I think the correct word
Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades.
2 arms are in it and his head.
It's important to note that one other place is especially significant
Every
for
night
the
he would be taken to a different year to be guarded
in the Americas, and that is independent
one night there was
Calvinist
a little
Amsterdam.
celebration, so most of the people
Amsterdam,
were
of course,
drinking.
was not a
And he's
Catholic
left
country. It
with a
was a
boy who was
Protestant
not very
country,
smart.
and it had a uniquely
And
mercantile approach
managed to take the gang
the
to Wood
entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the
turning
Jewish
it
people.
around
Of
very
course, they had
quickly
a
and hitting
long
the boy in the head,
association with
knocking him
commerce.
Those are the first
Furthermore,
lessons
the
from the
Protestant ethic
anything that
extended
moves
not
is a
only
weapon.
to work values,
This
but
is kind of
also to
called
a certain degree of toleration of
very
difference,
important for the
which
Muslims.
also was
Moves is a
extremely
weapon.
helpful for the
He
Jews.
did
So
that.
Jews
He
are
raised
settling in
them off in the
Amsterdam. They
night,
have a somewhat
and
tenuous
he
situation
jumped
there,
into
but
the river.
in general, they have a
He
tremendous
still got
freedom
a tank on
associated with
He's still trapped under them. The people are looking for him.
If we look
They
here
come
at the
out up and
Portuguese
down the
organs
river,
in what would
and
later
he's
become
hiding
Brazil,
underneath the water for the
region
most
of
part,
Pernambuco
trying
is
to breathe as
especially
best he
important
can.
because in
But it's dark and it
1630,
protects him a little
Holland
bit.
conquered these
They give up and they
territories
say, okay,
from
we'll
the
come back tomorrow. He
Portuguese,
can't
and that
possibly escape.
allowed Jews to openly
The
establish
next day, he
their
knew one
presence
family
there as
that he
believing
thought he could
Jews,
go
and
to.
not simply as
And
crypto
he was
Jews
right. He
pretending
went
to
to
be
that
Christian
family
living in the
at a
region.
great
So
risk to
talking about
themselves.
an
They
explosion
were
of
captive
Jewish
family,
activities
Jew,
in
under
Pernambuco,
great
in
risk to
particular
themselves.
in the city
They
of Recife, which was
managed to
home to
saw
about
off the tank
1,200
and burn it
Jews
in their
in
fire.
the early
And they
70s.
gave him food
It's a
to
huge
escape.
number
And
of
then
the
he had to go
European
find his family
population
again.
living in that city.
So this is the
Jews
kind of life
constituted 1/3,
that
which
this
is
boy
rather
Temujin
remarkable.
had.
And they actually
So he
established quite a communal settlement.
the neck is
They had
strapped
rabbis
and
there, they
the
had a
hands are
synagogue, and
trapped.
they had
We
two
think
schools.
that's how it is.
I wonder
We
why they
just
had
have
two
the
schools.
word.
Perhaps one was
They don't
Hasidish,
say
one was a
the
little
head
more
and the
modern.
hands on. We know
Actually,
his
it's
body
kind of
is
funny
trapped
because
in it.
normally you would expect them to
All
establish one
evidence we
school
have
and two
is the
synagogues.
hands
Because you always have to have,
running
the joke
around
goes, one synagogue to pray in, one synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead
Look at
in.
this.
At any rate, this experiment was very successful for the Jews of Recife, and is the foundation, unfortunate tragedy, because on January of 1654,
important thing about
Portuguese
Notice.
here's life story
all of
where
a
he's
sudden,
abandoned
Jews found themselves under
His
the
father's
control
old
of the
brothers.
Inquisition
See,
once
the
again.
men who
They were given
kidnapped
just
her,
3
they
months
had an
to leave,
obligation
and the
under the
entire
law
Jewish community
constantly
was
to marry her
dissolved
when her
as
husband
Jews
died.
found other places to live
They did not.
throughout the colonial
They
region.
should
Some
take
of them
care
were
of her
turning
and her
back
children
to Europe.
because her children
Now,
are
this
children of their brother. They
reconquest of
counted
Recife
the
in
sons of the
particular
land.
meant
Well, they
several
should.
things for
No, they had
Jews
all
around
deserted,
the
all
world.
betrayed.
First
We
of
learned
all,
very
if we
early
go back
on
to Europe,
that
there
you
is
cannot
a
trust them.
significant push from the Jews
You
of
mentioned
Amsterdam
that
to
Genghis
gain
Khan's
admission
childhood
to England. We'll recall that
Temujin
Jews were
was
expelled
marked
from
by
England
extreme
in
tribal violence.
1290.
Can you
That was
describe
the result of
the
a
state
problem
of
with
affairs
money
in the
lending,
steppe?
where
How
the
much
nobility
violence is
was
there? How much
much
kidnapping
too
is there?
indebted to Jewish money
The
lenders.
story
They found it was more expedient to
Religion
simply
is
expel
not a
them
unique
forever
story for
than
that time.
to pay back
Now,
their debts. So the
as
Jews
an
had
isolated
been
family of
formally
outcasts,
excluded
of course,
from
he's not
England
participating
from
in the
the
various
13th
feuds
century.
and the raids
Under
of
pressure
people
from
around him.
Amsterdam,
But they
Jews
are
and Oliver
constantly
Cromwell,
raiding in the winter.
the
And for
ban
women
on
and for
Jews
horses
entering
and for any
England
kind of
was
valuables
quietly
that they could buy.
lifted, and actually
almost like their way of
population
getting
in
trade
London
goods
began
from
to
China.
grow, which was very
That one
significant.
group
Of course, we
raids
have
the other
much greater
in order to
implications
find
later
out
on in
whatever
history.
they have
But looking at the
textiles
colonies, we
or
see
metal
that there are a few
almost produce
major
nothing.
new settlements that
They
are
could produce
created
felt
out of the
to make
ruins
their
of
tents,
Recife. First of
but
all,
they were
in
not
Curacao, in
and so they had to get
1659, there
these
were Jews who
items
were
from somewhere.
already
It
living
was
there, but
raiding.
the formal
And so
community was
even
established
in
in
the
1659,
genealogy,
and also in
to-
Cayenne and
you see
Suriname,
going back
and these
generation after
populations would
generation
later
of
extend
women
elsewhere in the
having been
Caribbean.
kidnapped,
Jamaica was
children
established
born
in
who were
the
not
18th century, for
necessarily the
example.
father's
But
child.
most
It's
significantly,
unclear
I think,
who the
on a
father was.
demographic level,
And all
is
of these issues go back
implications
for a
of
long
the
time.
Jews who made it from Recife to a
Later,
place called
Genghis Khan
New
will realize,
Amsterdam
once he
in
becomes Genghis Khan,
1654.
he will
New
realize
Amsterdam,
that
of
the
course,
true source
is
of
New
most of the
York,
feuding
which
on
would
the
be
steppe
one of
is
the
over
greatest
women.
centers of
And
Jewish
later he
population
will outlaw
throughout the rest of the
the
modern era.
kidnapping of women and
Now,
the
there
sale of
were
women.
Jews already
In part,
living in
not only
North
because of what had
America
happened to his
prior
mother,
to this arrival in
but
1654,
what happened
but
to
they
him
were,
next in his
you know,
life.
isolated
And
individuals
this is one
that,
of the things you talk about.
you know,
This,
came and went without
in some
leaving
ways,
a
the
lasting
love
impact.
story
For example, one Joachim
with his
Gauss,
wife was
who was a
her
metallurgist and an
kidnapping
engineer,
was
was
the
living
defining.
in Roanoke
You could point to one place.
1585. He
Genghis
was actually
Khan,
arrested
the
and accused of
conqueror, was
blasphemy
created.
in 1589,
That
and
point,
he
his
was
wife being
lasting impression in Rome. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not host bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So you have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the
It's hard
Portuguese,
to even
where you have
imagine
23
what it was
impoverished
like for
Jewish
this
refugees
16-year-old
on a
boy
boat called the St.
who has
Catherine,
suffered these
landing in
indignities
New
of
York
life
Safe Harbor.
in every way that you can imagine.
18 of them,
And
according to
suddenly,
one account,
here
were women
is
and
the
children.
love
So
of his life,
small group of
who's going to be
bedraggled,
living with him, making him
penniless
happy.
refugees
He has
arriving
somebody
in
who
New York
loves him,
ended up becoming
not just his
nucleus
mother
of
running around getting
mighty
food and
Jewish
trying to feed the
population.
5 children.
Now,
plus
they were met by
the
this
other
man, Peter
wife and her 2
Stuyvesant,
children.
who
No,
I know what you're thinking.
he
You're
has somebody
looking
who
at him and
loves
you're
him.
saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's
It's
not
all the
Jewish? I mean,
excitement that
look
you
at
can
that
imagine. The
massive,
fire in the
healthy
eyes,
yarmulke that the guy
the
is wearing, right?
excitement, and
And I have to say, you know, it kind of
only
looks
lasts
good
a
on
few
him,
months.
but he certainly was not
So
Jewish.
there they are.
And I think
And
perhaps
there's a
the
lady
reason
visiting.
why he
We
wore
don't
it,
know
perhaps
exactly who
there's
she is, but I'm just they called her grandmother
faith-based or some
Granny
fashion
Kawakchin is
statements.
there.
But
Granny
speaking for
Kawakchin is
myself and
sleeping,
personally, I have
of
to
course,
say
on
that
the floor of the
men of a
care.
certain age and a certain
And
receding
early
hairline
in the morning,
find
she
that a
feels
large
the
black
vibrations in the
yarmulke
earth.
covers a multitude of sins.
And she knows
But anyway, Stuyvesant was
She
himself
rouses the
a
family.
deeply religious
Mother
member of
Erlund
the
is in
Dutch
charge.
Reformed
Mother Erlund
Church.
is still
He
in
was the
charge,
son
even
of a
though
minister, and
religion
he
is now
himself was
married.
an elder in the church.
She puts
And
all of her
he
children on a
was
horse.
aghast at the idea
She
of
takes the
admitting
baby girl to
Jews
Moulin
to
in her own
this
lap.
new colony, which only had 750
She
people
has
living
one
there at the
extra
time.
horse.
This was not out of character
What
for
she won't
Stuyvesant.
take.
He was intolerant of many other
Because
groups.
she knows, she
If they
doesn't know who
weren't
the men
Dutch
are, she has no
Reformed,
idea.
then he was not
They're
interested
coming in the
promoting
dark.
their
They're
settlement.
coming.
He was
They
especially
know there's a girl there. This family
irritated
outcast
and
is
energized
trying
over
to
the
fight.
Lutherans
They
and
know
would not allow this
they're
Christian
coming for
group
that.
to establish a
So she leaves
congregation in New York at the time.
the other wife.
So when these
She leaves
Jews
this old
arrived from
lady,
the seabed,
Granny
he
Kawakchin,
wrote
who actually has her
to
own
his
car.
bosses in
And
Amsterdam
she
and said,
leaves
listen,
first.
can we please expel
They
these
pile into
refugees?
Granny's
They
car.
are, to quote from
Right?
his
It's only
letters,
ox to pull it, so they don't get too
deceitful,
far
repugnant,
before the
hateful enemies,
attackers get
blasphemers,
there.
and he
Mother Erlund
basically
is
wanted
right.
to have
She's
nothing to
able
do
to
with
get
it.
her
But
children
ultimately,
off to the
Stuyvesant
mountain
lost
to
to market
Khaldun,
forces.
to the mountainside,
Jews in
away from
Amsterdam
them, because
put
the
a
men are
lot
so
of pressure
focused
on
on
the
this
Dutch
cart
West India
and finding
Company
out how many
to
women are in there and
allow
who
the
they
Jews
are.
to remain there.
So
They
Mother
suffered
Erlund
tremendous losses with their
saved her family.
It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company
But at a
also put
cost,
Jews among
suddenly,
its shareholders. And so
Putin
Stuyvesant
realizes
received a reply
he's
that
obeyed his mother.
conceded that
He's lost
Jews
the
may
most
not be
important thing
the
in his
most
life.
ideal
And I do think
residents,
this
but
is the
nevertheless,
defining
he
moment of
was
his
to
life.
permit them to live there
The story
on the
began back
condition
when his
that they
mother
would
was
take care
kidnapped.
of their
Now
own
the
poor. And
kidnapping
that's
of his
actually a
wife, and
fascinating
he
kind
said,
of
what will he
point,
do?
because
What
this
should
is
he
something
do?
that
What can he
certainly
do?
has medieval
Is
origins.
he going to just
were very
resign himself
focused
to
on
it?
building a social support network to make
Is
sure
he
that
going to go out with
all of
another
the
wife?
Jewish poor were cared for.
He
They
decides
developed
that
a
life is not worth
significantly
living without
sophisticated
her.
level of
He has
charitable
found something
giving
good
and
in his
distribution
life.
of alms
And if he
that
has to die
prevented Jews from
trying to
becoming
get her back,
utterly
he will
impoverished.
die trying
But
to get her
it
back.
was underlined
And this
in
is
their
the
very
early
first
steps
settlements in
of the
America
military
that
genius.
they had to take care of their own
Because in
poor.
order to
I
get her
believe we'll
back
see this repeating
requires
itself generationally
an actual
as new
organization of
waves of
troops.
Jewish
He
refugees
needs
make their
allies.
way to American shores,
He
and
goes
prior
to a man
generations
who
of
ruled the
migrants
Carriot people in
feel
central
the
Mongolia,
responsibility to make
and
sure that they
the
are
Cold River
cared for.
about where the capital
So, Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became
as a gift for Mother Erlund.
Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. The next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
To come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both The best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan, and one of the biggest
Hello and
challenges
welcome to another episode of
in the later
Jewish
years
History
of
Lab.
Genghis Khan.
In the previous video, we looked at the arrival
was a
of
boy
the Jews
about the same
in
age
the Americas
as
and the
Tim
remarkable story
and
of
his
the
family
23
had winter camp
refugees who
close
landed
to
in
where
Amsterdam,
Mother
state of
Urdu
New York.
was living with
What
her
I'd like to
children.
do in this
So
short
the two
video
boys
is
met
to
during the
take a
winter.
broader
In fact,
approach
they both
and
claimed
look
descent
at
from the
the
same
most significant
woman about
waves
4
of
generations
migration
earlier,
in
or
the
5
world,
if it
with
were
emphasis
She was a
on
Puri
the
Hawkeye
United
woman
States
who
and to
herself
a
was
certain degree
kidnapped.
Canada,
And actually,
because
Jellicoe was the
these
descendant
waves
of her.
of migrations had a
The fact that she was
major
pregnant at
impact
the
on
moment of
what would
kidnapping.
become one of
And
the
then
largest Jewish
Temujin is
populations
descended
in
from
the world
her
within a couple
through
of
the
centuries.
new kidnapped
By the
woman
time we
child.
get to the 18th century,
So they're
New
both
Amsterdam has
there's
become
among
New
us who say
York
from the
and
same
it's under the
womb. They
British,
come from the
and
same
there are basically 6 Jewish communities
origin.
established by
However,
1700.
their
With
lives were
only
similar,
about
and they both
300
lost their
Jews
fathers
in
very
total
early.
living
Like
all in
Jellicoe
the
also
colonies.
lost a mother.
Here you can see
So
where they
he
are.
grew
New
up
York,
in
of
the
course, which
household
we
of his
discussed.
grandfather.
Also
He had
Newport,
no
Rhode
siblings.
Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established.
Whole
And
household
Philadelphia
of siblings.
in the
He
South
grew up with his
Charleston
grandfather,
and
and his grandfather had
Savannah.
several
And
wives.
in Canada,
But
Montreal is a
old
very
women,
important community.
which
Robert
later he
Yet
said
is
he
also
thought was
significant
an
later on.
influence on his life.
Most of the Jews
But the
living
two
in
boys
North
meet.
America at this
So they
point
come
are
from different
observing the
backgrounds, and
Sephardic
Jellicoe is
rite,
not as deprived by
a
any means as the
tradition
life of
that
a
would
Lucian,
continue
but he
for
has a
much
sense
of the 18th century,
emotional
even as
deprivation.
the migrant population
Having not had mother,
derived
father,
more from
siblings, but
Ashkenazi
he lives with
lands.
these
It's
old,
kind of
old
like the
people.
tradition
The two
of
boys meet,
minded
they become good friends
approach
playing
that
on the
many
ice.
Jews took
And
because
so they're playing
so
on the
much
ice,
challenge
and then
was placed upon them
very
in terms
early
of
on, I think when they're about 10 or
forces
11
to
years old,
acculturate or
they
assimilate
decide to make
to
a pact.
a
It's
very
called
foreign kind of
becoming
environment. So
Anda.
the idea of remaining
Anda is
within
more
the
than a
tradition,
friend. A friend
even
is
if
like
it
you
was
learn
not
a new
necessarily
language.
one's
And there's
tradition from
several
Europe,
different
but nevertheless
types of
it was the
friendship.
established
But
tradition
Anda
of the community. There
is
were
a
a lot of
friendship
kind of
that's beyond a friendship. It's
centrifugal
something for
forces,
life.
centripetal
And
forces.
they swore
There was a
would be
strong
there forever,
desire to kind of
to
retain
protect each
that
other,
kind of
to help
tradition
each other in every moment.
Here's another
And
way
they
to look
exchanged
at that
knuckleballs.
migration
So each
from
one of them
Eli
had the
Barnabi's
knucklebone
historical
of
atlas. You can see that
a
there are
deer.
populations moving
Knucklebones
from
are used in these
the
games that they play.
Southern
It's also
American
used to
communities,
forecast
in
the future.
particular after the
Roll them
Portuguese
around
retake
and all.
the form
It's
of
very
the Dutch
strange. On the
territories
ice, I
on
will
the
say,
coast. But there's also
wintertime
new
in Mongolia,
populations
it
moving
can be
from
up
Amsterdam,
to 50
London,
degrees
and
below
even
zero.
from
It doesn't
Spain,
really matter
Portugal.
at that
Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reason why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular.
But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction,
one of the
you
things
send a
that's
whistling
really
arrow
notewortly about the arrival of these penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example. Here, this is Rebecca Gratz of Gratz College fame. Who's taken upon himself to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it was estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860, to 150,000.
Without necessarily thinking it through.
Largely as a result of German migration,
he gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the market people. We're going to
the economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of an economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and it'll be the beginning of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews, and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, and much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of the merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left of the note. Could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west, looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877.
So it would have been common that
next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to
fish,
the experiment
which I'm
of
not so
Zionism
sure that's really
in
the way.
the Middle East and
But
Israel,
the boys had actually
and then
taken the soy
5,000
meals from their
make their
mother.
way
They were using them for
to
fishing.
join the very tiny community that actually goes
I
back
think
to
it's
the
more
colonial era
complicated.
in Australia.
But for whatever reason,
So
he and
we'll
his
talk a lot more
next
about
brother,
this a little bit later on in this series,
decided to
but
kill him.
let's have a look at
They did.
a couple of maps
to use it
from
more complicated
Avatar
than that. It
Frizel's
feels to me like stealing a
atlas of modern
fish
Jewish history,
is
just
like
to
the
get a
final
sense
straw.
of the overall
Here, he's
population
being
of
abused
world Jewry at this time.
over
Here you
and
see
over and
what
over.
world Jewry
And the
looks like,
fish is a
let's say in the
symbol
year
of that.
1800.
And so
There are less
here
than a
he
million
takes
Jews
matters
around
into his
the
own
world.
hands.
About 70% of them live
and it can be the
in
thing
Europe,
that pushes
and
it
the
over
rest are roughly
the
equally
edge.
divided
But it's
between
all
North
these other
Africa and
tensions
a
of
lot of
what's
America.
going on with the
When you
family.
get to
Because
approximately the
they
year
shoot him with
1800,
arrows,
you
they
see
kill him.
that
But
the
what
population
happens
has overall
afterwards
grown
is also
significantly to
interesting from the
3.2 million
dynamics of what
Jews.
was going on
But once
before,
again,
because
Europe
we hear
dominates with
nothing
about
from Sobchak.
2.7 million.
She and her
There
younger
are about
son,
a quarter million in North
Belgradad, they
Africa
stay with the
and
family. They
Asia,
don't go away.
which is
But
basically
the
the
one
Ottoman
who is
Empire, but
outraged
also
is
in
Mother
Central
Earth,
Asia at
his
this
mother.
point. The
She
Americas has
screams
increased
and
to about
hollers at him with
10,000
the
by the time
longest
you get to
kind
the
of
year 1800.
tirade
That's
you can
all the
imagine.
Americas, South
About you
America,
will never have
Canada as
anybody in
well.
your life except your
Oceania,
own shadow.
very small
And
number still,
you are worse than
by the time you
everything
get
that she
to
could
the
name.
19th
They could be
century,
worse than
say the
she
year
was outraged with on and
1900,
on and on
now you've
about
got
it.
about
So
10.3
she was
million Jews
obviously
worldwide, a significant
extremely
population increase,
distressed about it.
and much of it has
Whereas
shifted
Sobchak, the mother of
to
the boy,
Eastern Europe.
she may have
Poland
been
and European
distressed, I don't
Russia
know,
has
but
the
nothing has
largest
shown up
population, the
in the
largest
record.
increase as well.
So he does have
But
this
there's
episode
also
where
a
they kill off
dramatic
his brother.
expansion of the Jews living
But I
in
don't
Western
think it was
Canada,
a deeply
with over
meaningful.
1 million by
I
the
think it was
time you
important,
get to the year
but I don't think it was
1900. The
emotionally
rest of
deeply
America is
meaningful
about
for him.
35,000. So this gives
The
you a
brother was
sense of
gone.
how the
Problem was
overall
solved.
proportions are
The mother
changing.
is extremely
Okay,
ticked
we
off.
will spend much more time later on talking about that
But
last
it does
migration.
show,
But for now, I
in
want to
fact,
thank
it's
you for
interesting
watching.
if
I
it's
hope
not
you
a big
enjoyed this
deal
short
for him.
video.
It does show
I do
that
enjoy
he's
when
willing
you subscribe
to
because
resort
seeing
to
those numbers
murder
go
take
up makes me
care
feel like,
of
wow,
a
there's so many more people
bad
who are
situation.
enjoying Jewish history as I
He
do.
is
So
capable of
please
doing
do
anything
subscribe.
that needs to
And
be done
otherwise,
to
hope you have a great
resolve
day.
what he
Thank you very
sees
much
as
for
a
watching.
problem. There was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. But now Bekter's younger brother Belkatai is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to capture Berstaback. So he has both loyalty and
Hello and
Belkatai
welcome
stays loyal
to
to
Jewish
him
History
his
Lab.
entire
Today I'd like
life.
to look at
His
the
entire life. It was very interesting.
So, Ek, if we return to Bershta, is it normal
Nation
to
of the
have
Jews in
such
Western
a
and
love
East Central
story
Europe.
across
In
many
many ways,
years
this
when you're
particular period,
separated?
which begins at
Having that
the
kind of
end of the 18th
loyalty,
century and
so
extends into the
two-way
19th century,
loyalty,
represents
to
really the coming
Temujin
together of a
and
lot of
Temujin
pre-modern
and
impulses
Bershta.
and
And this is
results
like
in the ultimate
before he was
political
Genghis Khan.
emancipation
I
of the
think
Jews
as
or the
children,
granting of
he was
equal
too
rights to
preoccupied with
Jews
staying
throughout
alive
Western
and
Europe.
getting
As we shall
trying to
see,
find fish and
the
roots to eat
legal
and things like
emancipation
that
of the Jews
to
is
really
not quite
be
the same thing
pining
as
for her
the
all the
social
time.
emancipation of the
But
Jews.
for
But
whatever
nevertheless,
reason,
it's a fascinating
she
story,
came
and in
to
many
be
ways,
that
it represents the beginning
her
of
family
modernity as we
liked him
understand
in
it
some
today.
way,
Now,
or
it's
that
really
she
important for us
remembered
to
him, or
just then
that she
take a
had no
second to
other
think about what does
suitors.
this word
Because at 17,
emancipation
she should have been
actually
married,
mean.
actually.
It's a word that
So
Jewish
I can't
historiography
explain why,
has seized
but it was
upon,
certainly a strong
although
love
it
story
clearly is
after the
borrowed
fact,
from
if
the
not
experience of
before.
African Americans and a
Those
much
two
more
were loyal to
dramatic
each other throughout
emancipation
their lives.
that occurred
Or she
with
was,
the
I would
context of
say,
the
the
American
most
Civil War in the
person to him
1860s. There's
after
a
that.
huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that
He
is the
risked everything.
accepted
He was
term.
willing
So
to die.
we'll
He
go
was
with
willing
it.
to
The
kill.
Jews
He was willing to
prior
die.
to to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to their land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very slave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. So people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerai regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. A lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening. People were like taking new factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century, 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated ora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. They had to certain pigskin chest hair and holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly and quickly started to plan these things to change. Obviously, they're very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing order to the mind, but the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture it was also a political movement.
But it
saying,
first so does
Jews
as much
can
as
be
civil loyalty,
reformed
but they're
in
fighting
their
different kinds of
use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate
I'm not fucking telling them shit. I'm
the
not
hardest
fucking.
thing to
My
relate to the
son
United
Claire
States.
doesn't do shit.
This is because
So glad.
the
I don't. They're not gonna fucking know
to
about this
raise
shit.
or challenge to emancipation. Obviously,
I'm so glad
African
they're not
American
fucking
slaves
drug
were
dealers.
a big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of the people. Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual white average Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that
it's hard to know what's
Jews were
going to
generally
define
considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans were. By the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these people were considered kind of like off-white. The skin tone, social structure in 19th century America, and the 19th century as well, they were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we assume visually, but especially when you get into kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, and that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually black. Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So a lot of hesitation to giving rights, first of all, African American people, because America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white people like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics.
You're actually exerting my brain with how
So
you're not
from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was Lewis that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step.
He tells them
In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples is David Solomon, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated
I talked to them yesterday on the phone. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's all
the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened by the way to many elected officials,
like, I don't have any SS
where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position. And they voted him into office, and it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish vote. So emancipation of Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the reporting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens and things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Rabbi Rothschild actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French, declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government was not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man. But that's the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that was true too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France and Bordeaux and Bayonne, and much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle.
I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to
broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. So what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on economic activity were lifted. And Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupations they wanted. All kinds of occupations where they had you know, a significant advantage
Well, you're
because
the one
they're overwhelmingly ignorant,
who's given my whereabouts to my fucking
with
enemy.
you know, Jews living in other
That I
countries,
only want to deal
export,
with.
export,
That I want to
all
deal
kinds
with.
of commerce and so on.
So obviously,
Large
you can't block my
populations
mom.
of Christians
You can't block
in
my
Alsace
dad.
began to complain
Like,
that
you're not
our
their king.
entire
You know what I'm
business
saying? Like,
environment is changing as a result of
nigga must want to get
Jews
fucked by both
rushing
of them.
into fields and, you know, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things.
Anyway,
So a lot of complaints went to the Emperor
I was like,
Napoleon,
I'm telling him, like,
who
I'm not
in
about
his
to do this
typically
shit because
grand
what
kind
do
of
I
way
need
of
money
thinking
for?
about things said,
What
well,
do
you
I
know,
need?
obviously
Literally
you've got to
explain to me
talk
what
to
I
the
need
Jews.
money for right now.
So do they have like a representative
I can give
body
a
or something like that? Do they have a
You can't find
like
money. Go ask your mother
Catholics?
for money if you
And
really
so his advisors told him,
think.
well, you know, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin,
Yes, I am,
which
because
was
I need to
the
do my lunch.
ancient court
Yes,
of
I am,
71
because
judges
bitch,
back
you
in the
really
ancient
thought
period. But they haven't met in
husband's not having
1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but you know, shortly thereafter.
I can't believe it.
And so he said, fine, I, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the meeting of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? You know, like, what's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, you know, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, you know, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the Later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, you know, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, you know, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, you know, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, you know, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, you know, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, you know, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote a very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "the Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
20% discount on most in-store purchases. Market offers a discount on fresh and frozen produce, and some store brands, and 10% discount on most other goods. So that would be a big deal.
I heard that like for example, for us, we're allowed to listen to radio for free.
They do sometimes when they have big concerts tell us that we can buy the tickets early.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. And today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadtland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kahila, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, like the emancipation of Africans in America. It's the emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name of Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in his contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, the son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming, but it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews, as a minority, fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and expanded for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status. Or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Rabbi Rothschild, Sekon, Sakali, and Tverskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economics of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Magnitsky Rebellion, the Haidamach Rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Magnitsky in the 17th century and under Honda in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Mediterranean was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failures. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when a terrible crop situation, especially before 1881, that did not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, the Jewish pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you have political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonista crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately would force the Russian government to change its way of operation. But it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this stuff in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration, we're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, Jews have sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents no looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. Meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew.
She was by him. She was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And some of it was just a little too hot-headed for me, the evaluation of them. These things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole and kill everybody and all. And
practices, they would have
he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Richard. But Jumbo also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bernstein. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true. There were some elements of that were true. But John McCutcheon certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. As Genghis Khan as the ruler, he, in some ways you could say, became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowed through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We're the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had signed it before with Van, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about the Genghis Khan stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same.
Yes.
person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or I hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never acquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming not seeing the world clearly, not seeing surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the right the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
It's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, his private part of the army, went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he'd already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document. It's not happened that I love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did was every campaign, even the one at the Merkin when he risked Umberto, he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother Erlem would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written. Books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. Sheikh was his name. Sheikh realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if the people who contributed helped him. It's still a little bit unclear.
Zeus.
It was basically that. They always know exactly where something happens. So we have exactly.
How you living?
I'm not.
Why?
Very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would.
Dude, did you get a rubber band?
Some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established.
Okay, when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
It's nearly 12 a.m.
Okay, well, I don't give a flying fuck. When you go, buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
I'm mad right now.
Why are you mad?
Someone made Fat Kill another Fat Kill token.
All right. So what? Are you gonna buy it?
No, the other one, the original one's fucking might take off.
No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
That's it. You have no idea how to play this game.
Okay.
Neither of us really know how to play this game.
I think I do.
Well, I'm in the lead. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
So they were temporary visas. That ran out. So now, oh my God, we don't have anybody. So they kick in the A-team launched by the Department of Labor. And Sandy Koufax, Rayford Johnson, and Jim Brown, these huge sports legends, urging teens to join the A-team. Why? Farm work builds men. So out of the 20,000 that they wanted, about 3,000 actually showed up. One of them was Randy Carter. So he and 18 classmates from University of San Diego High spent 6 weeks picking cantaloupes in Blythe. That's a fun job, by the way. For those of you that have not either gone to Blythe and or picked cantaloupes in Blythe, you're in for a good treat if you try that. It was so hot that the bologna sandwiches that they were fed, the bread became toast by the time they had lunch. It was that hot. And what they did, and that was in the shade, by the way, it was so hot. So they slept in these rickety shacks. These were the shacks that the farm workers lived in. They just moved in. Communal bathrooms, showered in water that Carter said, remember, it was a very nice shade of brown. Now, as you can imagine, very few couldn't stay.
Zoot.
They quit, went on strike across the country. It was a peaceful work.
Zoot.
By the way, the A-team program was such a disaster.
Zoot, go.
That the government, number one, never tried it again. And it's not even in the history books. You won't see much being mentioned about it if you go into the archives of the U.S. So now, what's going on?
Rabbi, you won.
Not yet.
And what are you still doing up? It's like 2 a.m.
No, it's like 6. It's like 7.
Oh, 6 a.m.
And so people are reaching out to Carter, who's become a public figure, journalists, teachers, etc., to hear his stories 50 years ago. When one of them and his friends made a wrong turn in life and drove through the market, and everyone looked at us like we were specimens, but they were nice about it. And what it was about, Carter said, they were dying to see white kids tortured. They wanted to see these privileged teens work their asses off and feel miserable about it. Wouldn't you? University High School was trained by an excellent foreman. And he looks back and says he hated us because we were taking jobs from his family. The crew worked 6 days a week for minimum wage, which is $1.40 these days, and earned a nickel for every crate filled with 30 to 60 samples. By the way, picking samples is no fun for us. Picking things on the plants. Within 2 days, we thought this is insane. By the third day, we wanted out, but we stayed. One of the very few people that stayed because it was a badge of honor.
So the concept of Americans will do the job because the Hispanics, the illegal migrants, are going to be gone is a complete crock.
You ready?
It's that simple. They tried it once, and man, it's back way didn't work. And frankly,
You're up, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm not playing this game again after this one.
Why?
Because it fucking sucks.
It's great.
None of us know how to play this.
I do, and I've beaten you every game.
That's not true.
Yeah, I have. I've not. Oh, no, you're right. We tied one of them.
High school kids. Why don't you tell them this is a summer job you should have? It'll make a man out of it.
You think life is short?
That's a relative question. It's subjective.
You think it's long?
Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise, it's shorter.
Turtles live a really long life.
Word, dog.
The guy charged with throwing concrete at cops during immigration enforcement activities in LA has his day in court today.
What's the longest living animal?
They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted, so they might live indefinitely.
Lobsters?
Yeah. But traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. Yeah, but traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise.
Why do you think turtles have such a long lifespan?
They have a protective shelter to protect them from predators. Also, they live in areas many times where they don't have natural predators. Like they'll live on an island.
Who can keep hog clams?
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot!
There's a clam that's lived for 500 years.
Okay, good. Zoot. They're like 2,000-year-old trees. Even older than that.
You think there's plants that have consciousnesses?
What?
Do you think plants can think? Do you think they have a conscience?
Yeah, I kind of do. Especially like carnivorous plants like Venus flytrap.
I just noticed that like it's kind of weird when you see like trees dying and then all the trees next to it start dying.
Whoa, you made a comeback.
But have you ever seen like trees die and then all the trees next to it just all of a sudden start dying? Like even if it's like been raining.
Fuck.
Have you noticed that?
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, you made the comeback. I had fucking huge legs.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
I think you were distracted thinking you got tree.
Okay.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. That ends September 2nd. Toyota. Let's go places.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS
Oh, Zoot, you took the lead.
designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at
Is it the impossible one?
America's most trusted
Zoot.
tax resolution.
Oh, how didn't you win?
So fucked up.
No, this is second hardest. This is standard. Zoot, how didn't you win?
Fucked up. Let's go to par.
Wow, of any time you were gonna beat me, it was that one.
Let's go par. I'm gonna beat you on par.
You're not gonna beat shit.
I'm gonna finish par.
No, you aren't. Just for a moment, it's gotta load.
So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line. And this represents the religious party.
Rabbi.
Now,
Yo,
all these
pimp.
groups have been either anti-religious.
How many numbers can you remember?
Dog.
Out a huge number of Jews.
I don't know what the average human does, which is like 7, maybe as many as 10.
7.
Like telephone numbers, or like numbers in a row.
First group to look at are the so-called
Numbers in a row.
Like 10,
Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary
maybe.
to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working
You want to
alongside
test it?
secular Zionists
No.
to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will. Maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal.
You haven't met anyone that can remember like large numbers in a row?
Rabbi Abraham Isaac.
I know somebody who like can remember birth dates like just incredibly well. Like if you tell them your birthday once, they'll just remember it, and they'll know all the famous people whose birthdays were that. They knew all the presidents' birthdays, all the queen and king's birthdays, all that shit.
Also have those traditionalist Jews
My birthday's easy to remember.
who did not agree that Zionism should.
You know why my birthday's easy to remember?
No, why?
Furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were
Because it's a public holiday.
or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace
What public holiday?
So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are
I think it's one of the only public holidays based on a public figure.
Dafyomi program, which I'm very proud to.
Is it the King's Day or whatever?
Little 2 to 5 minute class.
No, it's an American public holiday.
Is it? What is it? Martin Luther King Day?
Over the course of a 7-year cycle.
Yep.
Yeah, but that changes every year.
Do you remember when his birthday was?
Not this year, but it changes every year.
All over the world, this happens to be
But do you remember when his actual birthday was?
No, nobody knows that.
So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about,
You don't know when his birthday was.
Fuck no, nobody in the United States knows that.
They're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Oliver Shum, would always say, Henry, it always gets worse.
People actually celebrate Martin Luther King Day further. Like you get the day off work.
Like 50% of businesses do. Like banks and stuff do. Some schools do.
Make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, new videos happening.
You go to school in general?
Yeah.
Actually communicate in real time with the chat. Of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures.
You get a break off of
live
Christmas?
events, things like that.
Winter break. Yeah, there's a winter break.
A wait for it.
No, it's usually like 3 weeks.
About per week.
Yeah. Now, like businesses don't get that much up, but schools do.
So you have summer break for 3 months, and then you have a winter break for a week.
Hello and welcome
Usually.
to another episode of
And there's a spring break, and a lot of times there's a fall break.
How long does spring break go?
A week.
Most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people.
I can't get away.
Dude, this last one.
Please note.
I've never seen it before. I just finished.
That this information is intended for
By the way, is this the impossible one that you were talking about?
No.
Like, you gotta get
No. No.
one down?
No. It was like 4 things thick at an angle. It was super hard.
Specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is
This
free
one,
and open
that
to
one,
the community.
did
Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from, and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the
how the holidays work in Australia?
Destroy the Jews during World War II. It was such a tremendous, such a huge, audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it was. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and
Term
give
1,
a
2
sense
weeks,
of this
term 2, 2 weeks, term 3, 2 weeks,
the first term
and then
that
term
was
4,
used is the word genocide.
term 4 is the term 1, which is transitioning year. Yeah, 6 weeks.
term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class, in the sense of a class of family.
The 6 weeks is in summer,
And C-Day,
which is
kill, like as in
during
homicide
Christmas.
or suicide or patricide. That
It
kind of
goes to the
So genocide means the killing of a people, and that term was very useful, and of course has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot, and others. But still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, this is a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think, are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a
Oh no, Zoot, we're on the same one.
Nuremberg trials.
This one's hard.
Use terms like this, end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless, it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, and so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less, outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance. Whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspects of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy. Specifically, that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews, who are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races, and once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads "Die Sünde wider das Blut," ein Zeitroman, the sin against the blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher.
That was a good one.
This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool. Right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of thing that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula.
If you got 3 bullseyes right now, you still lose.
From the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews
That's one.
carry typhus. They're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake
Get a bullseye.
who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen retten Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular bloc party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath them. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came about.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
You didn't play that great.
Zoot, I won. You have an invitation.
Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. Some rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact, he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow
that was
his
not good.
rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought, right up until America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. And Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, and they would prosecute the war together. But that's
Zoot, you have an invitation.
Here is an Austrian depiction.
Go, big dog.
The anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze. defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the beer hall putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf Struggle, in which he essentially out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33% with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that
That's
was
big time, Zoo.
dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood.
No way.
Jews were removed from civil service, from
Stop.
courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there are very few countries who actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed, and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next
Go, Zoo.
Thank you very much for watching.
That was the best movie you could have made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing.
Rate that move.
Sucks.
What about this move?
The war broke out on September 1st night.
That move sucked.
This followed
Do you know why that moves slow? It helps you.
Third Reich and so
Oh no, you just won.
non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia.
Did you see how unlucky I just got?
You're fine.
Did you not see how unlucky I just got? Anyway.
Germans, and then later on in the next video, we'll discuss a little bit the nature of
I kind of just got them.
the first encounter that the Germans held in Poland and the Balkans in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was
Oh, how about you in trouble?
these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones.
You know why you're in trouble?
Why is that, Zoot?
Look at the board and look how many like water there is, how much water there is.
While the Nazis had planned in advance their
There's
military,
no water.
it does not seem that they had clearly thought of what they were going to do with the Jewish population. More than 3 million
Yeah.
live in Poland itself.
I am very close to winning.
All right, let's see it.
I'm going for a risk, yeah. This is going to be the highest risk shit.
The militia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There are actually many voices that suggest that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region of the Nazi Congress. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves at Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, who frequently denounced them, blackmailing them for months, and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they briefly went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war. And they essentially
Yo, pimp.
You're a cunt.
What do you want me to do, baby?
Anyway, you're gonna lose.
The names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and any valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders
Oh, fuck.
the local Jewish elected leaders would refuse. They would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation vice president.
Yo, big dog.
With the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also
That was the most obvious move for you, right?
They would eventually get a local
Okay.
Jewish leadership, which they called
Oh, that helped.
the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like a go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those
This is bad.
were quite heroic in their attempts to protect
You know what was bad?
Why is that, big dog?
Because I should have won.
Diary, which meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son who was missing and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slow.
What up, Camp?
Nope. That's not going to help you.
And the way in which he tried to appease them without too much harm.
I don't think way you're going to be saved is if you
clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population. He committed suicide by swallowing his son. Other left leaders, such as Heinrich Kowski, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains. Some died themselves.
Fuck.
cost of the suffering of our population. Here is some currency printed in the Wittgenstein ghetto by Rukowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist messianic figure who's frequently divided in the local population at the same time. It seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like the Bush, which was done by Rukowski, it seemed that the model was reductionist, meaning there was a purpose for having to do these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort, which was major textile sector.
Fuck you.
Creating uniforms for Nazi soldiers, mining, things like that. And so having a work was essentially a lifeline to the church. Somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as the on the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Chekhov was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature. Any source was also point that the ghetto was he starved to death, and very few provisions were provided to them. Children were used to either dying from starvation or typhus or shot children or the order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by so-called Jewish.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
There's only one baby. You know what your best movie is? That was the worst movie to make.
Primary characteristic of ghetto experiences that are starvation, privation, mass death. But there are also some internal activities, such as Warsaw integrations of underground medical schools, the actual performances, lending libraries, really an incredible array of activity that church engaged in the ghetto.
You ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Whoever gets the fire wins. Oh, fuck. Come on.
I can't do what I want to do.
Oh, you can't?
No. Oh, an extra move?
That might have just ended. I think I won.
Just by that date, however, ghetto was largely empty of its small on the other hand, there are other ways of looking at riches life without necessarily taking on one great example of that is spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Rothschild.
What a comeback. What a comeback, Zoot. What a comeback.
How you got lucky? Did you get lucky or what?
I'm good, baby. All right, Zoot. I gotta get some sleep, big dog. Come back tonight. Peace, big dog. Come back tonight.
That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myth. It begins with the marriage of a great
Jewish History
wolf
Lab series.
with a tawny
We are
deer.
now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust.
Some people say, well, that's not
intended for educational
Well,
purposes.
we'll see.
One of the historiographic challenges that studies the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that means.
One great wolf, she was named Tawny Deer.
Are we talking about the overall period of persecution
maybe they were or not.
suffered through,
But so
as
this
well as
earlier
other peoples
history is just the
during
genealogy
the reign of
is
terror of
it should
Adolf
be.
Hitler?
Who knows?
That could
But it's
also
also in
dates
there
back
because
into
like
the
Bonajar,
early
they call it Bonajar the
1940s.
Fool.
Or are we speaking about something
He's
more
cast out
narrowly
because he's
focused,
just
like the
the rest of the family
persecutions
doesn't
that
want him.
came
His
along
father
with the
is
invasion of
determined
Poland
who
in
he was.
September
He kidnapped
1939?
a Han Hai woman.
That's also
She
quite
has the child
a
who
decent
becomes his
possibility.
sister.
But the
So
Holocaust
it's a
and World War
confusing mix,
II
but I tend to
overlapping
think
and
it's
not
probably
identical
accurate.
phenomena.
There's a lot of good
Coming
information.
to the
By the time you get
core
to the life
of
of Timuchin,
events
the reason we
which
know these
associate the
intimate things
Holocaust
is because that
involved
person,
two
Timuchin,
major
he was
periods
there,
of Nazi
sleeping
activity.
in the same gear with
The
the
period
people.
of the
So we even see
Einsatzgruppe
in there, he will
period
record
of
instances
death
where
camps.
first
This
sits
is
up in
the
bed
era in which the
and tells
Nazis
her husband,
enacted
okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do
mass
that, you can't do
murders
this anymore.
as
We
opposed
can't
to the
do it,
horrific conditions
It's all
that
recorded, right? So
were
it's a very intimate
endured by
document.
Jews
And this is
during the
one
period
reason
of
that it
Ghetto.
was secret.
So
It was
let us
only
look
for
at
the
those
family.
two moments.
They were trying to
We
uphold
recall
Timucin's
that
prohibition
one of
against
the prerequisites
putting out
of
information
the
about the
beginning of
family. So it
hostilities
was
in
secret
September
for a very long
1939
time.
is the sealing
So
of a
much so
non-aggression
that scholars
pact
began to
between
think
Soviet
it
Union
didn't
and the Third
exist.
Reich, which
And then
allowed
in the
both
19th
Stalin
century,
and
a
Hitler
Russian
to
academic who
invade
was working
Poland and
in
the Baltic states and simply
China
divide up
at
the
the time of
territory
Beijing,
between them.
he
That
discovered
meant
a
that a
manuscript
significant number
which
of
was very,
Jews
very
found
odd.
themselves inside the
People didn't
Soviet
think was
orbit
anything because
between
it was all Chinese
1939 and
characters.
1941.
But it
I
makes
have
no
a
sense
longer
in
lecture on
Chinese.
that topic
But he
specifically
recognized that
in
if you
a
read
different
it,
series.
pronounce it,
My
it
YouTube
makes
channel
sense
on
in
the
Mongolian.
Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there.
It was in
But
this
basically,
code
Jews
that
there,
had been
like
used to
the
record
surrounding people, were
information in
subjected
Chinese.
to
So they're
rapid
recording the
confiscation,
sounds.
The
collectivization of
sounds,
farms,
correct. They
arrest
used
of
Chinese
intelligentsia, and
characters
so on.
to
The
record
Holocaust
sounds.
per se
It's always
really
problematic
begins,
in
in my
some
humble
rural
opinion,
areas here.
with the
Not
end
exactly
of
sure
that
what the
Soviet
name is or
period
something
on
like
June
but
22nd,
it was a very
1941,
unusual
with the
document.
launch of Operation
And then
Barbarossa,
once they found
which
it,
was the
they
Third
realized that
Reich's
some of the
double
Persian
crossing
documents had
of the
incorporated
Soviet
part of that
Union,
already. So that was very
abrogating
helpful to me.
that
Some of the
non-aggression
Persians I
pact
trust
as
very
Hitler
much.
surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid
So
advance
it
into
was
Soviet
helpful that it
territory.
already existed.
Now,
And
why
a lot
that
of
is
some of it
specifically
existed
connected to
in
the Holocaust,
Mongolian,
because
other
behind
Mongolian
the
sources that are
Wehrmacht
written later.
troops, behind the
Some of it
regular army
was
that
just
was sent in
incorporated.
to defeat
So
the
it
Soviet
seemed to be
Union,
fairly genuine, but it
Hitler
wasn't
sent
100%
4
pure.
mobile
It had
killing squads
little
called
things that happened to
Einsatzgruppen.
it along the
As you
way.
can see in this map here,
Some
these
things have been
4
snipped here and
squads
there,
spread
or
out
were
throughout
changed.
the
And sometimes
territory
for
that they
Timuchin,
conquered
they call
from the
it
Soviet
Genghis Khan.
Union.
Well, he wasn't
And
the
their
Khan.
task
And
was
sometimes they call it
not
Khan,
to
which is
prosecute
chief,
the
and not
war
like
against
Khan,
the Soviets,
which is
but
emperor.
to prosecute Hitler's war against the
You know,
Jews.
so there
They
are
would
little
go
things like
into
this
the
that
local
go
villages
around
on the
that they're
Steppe,
not sure
little
why, but
Jewish
it's a
hamlets that
document
dotted
that
the
great
countryside,
faith. It was not
round up
published in
the
English until
local Jewish
1982.
population, along with
Francis Woodman
other
Cleaves at
enemies
Harvard
of Hitler,
University
such as
translated it in the
communist
50s.
leaders.
It was
The
ready for
Einsatzgruppen
publication,
would march
and he was having
these
trouble with the
Jews
publisher,
and others out
and so
to
it didn't
local
appear
ravines.
for nearly
There
30
were no
years.
dry
It was supposed to be two
riverbeds in
volumes.
the
The
vicinity.
first
They would
volume
have
was
the Jews
translation.
dig their
The second
own graves
volume was going to
and
be
then
the
they simply shoot them
notes, and
by
the second
fire and
volume was
sword.
lost.
This is sometimes called the Holocaust
To this
by
day,
bullets,
it hasn't
as
been
it
found.
representing
I
a
would love to see that.
remarkably large number
Anyway,
casualties, civilian casualties.
Can you clarify? So there's
Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million.
19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Here you can see a map from
That is translated and published by Harvard. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Williams. Those were his notes, not
Kiev, which was not a town,
there
but
are
rather a large
Chinese
city,
notes that went with it
had one of
because
the
the Chinese
largest
had trouble
casualties,
understanding a lot of things. And they
33,000
also
Jews killed
they
in the space
disapproved of some things, so they would try to
The
put their own
ravine
notes
called
in the
Babi Yar
margins
was
to kind of
used
correct
for
the
a much
story
larger
and
number
explain
of
away
Ukrainians
why
and other opponents
the
of
Mongols
the third
women
right
would be
for
often marrying their stepson.
The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a
So
very
there's several things like that that they try to skip around.
So the
But it's
Nazis
interesting
looked
just
to
to read
a new way
the Ming Dynasty
rid themselves
notes that are
of
attached to
their
it.
Jewish problem, so to speak.
But the document
This
itself,
was
one thing
discussed
comes to
at
the
a
job. It's
conference that
so
took place
important
at
for
a
me.
resort
It was the
at
guiding
Wannsee
document. I didn't
on
want to be
January
guided by
20th,
anything else.
1942. That was a rather
Everything else
late
I would
date.
check to
The
correlate
war
and
began in
fill in blanks to get
1939.
more information.
Operation Barbarossa, which represents
went
the
to Mongolia
first mass
to travel
killings of
around to
Jews.
those places
The only thing
because
that
they were
comes
so
close to it
exact in
before
there.
that would have been
And to feel it.
Kristallnacht in
It is so
1938,
important, I
which
think,
had about
because
260
history
Jews
does
killed.
not live in
Now we're
books.
talking about
History does
hundreds
not
of
live in
thousands
archives or even libraries.
of Jews
As
killed
much as I need them
in Barbarossa.
for work.
But that was not
History
fast
lives
enough
in
to
the people.
be too
History
hard
lives in the
on
memory of
the
the people and
psychological
culture.
makeup of
And
the
for
soldiers
example,
who were
the
engaged
episode
in
with
these
the
killings.
kidnapping of Mercy.
So at Wannsee,
So into
this
that
conference,
place.
which was chaired
And
by
I
Adam,
didn't
I
know
have
when it
shown here,
happened.
they
What
drew
season
up
it
a
happened.
list
It was
of
very
all of
important
the
for figuring
Jews
out
in
the
Europe,
births
a
that came
terrifying
afterwards
list.
and other
My humble
events
opinion,
that were
perhaps the
being
most
correlated.
terrifying
Very
document
important
to
to me.
survive
So I'm just talking to the
German
people
archives.
who live in that valley, the
And you can
nomads
see
there.
from this
They said,
list of countries that included
it's clear.
countries
It
that
was the
have
winter.
not yet even been conquered
where did you
by
read that?
Germany, such as,
No.
for example, the
Betty
United
Clopton
Kingdom,
was on the
and
ground
it
and she
included
could feel the
even
vibration.
200
She said,
Jews
look,
living in
this is
Albania,
summertime now.
giving you a sense of
You're not
just
feeling
how determined
vibrations.
the
The ground
Nazis
here
were
is
to
so
hunt down
soft.
every last Jew of Europe.
Suddenly,
They counted up 11 million Jews,
that I've been
and
searching
from
for
the Wannsee
just came
conference,
together from
it
some
appeared that they intended
nomad
to massacre all of
sitting
them.
there
The means to be used
next to his
was
horse.
gas poisoning, which they had already
He was
been
absolutely
experimenting
right.
with for
It
some
could only
time.
happen in the
Felmel
winter.
was
And
one
that
of
also
the
correlates with the time
regions
that
where
breeding
a
was
gas
done.
chamber
So it
was
correlates with all the
constructed
historic
in
factors.
order to see
But
if
then
they
that
could
gave me
scale
the
this up.
time
In
basis for
fact,
figuring
the
out a lot
Nazis
of other
committed
things.
themselves to do
History
so
lives in
at
the
that
people.
Wannsee
Just only
conference.
got
Here
that
is a map that
You
shows
visited
you the 6
different places
so-called
that were
extermination
important to the
camps.
story
Personally,
of
I don't
Genghis
like
Khan.
that term. The
What
German term was
do you like? What are some
Vernichtungslager, which
memorable
means
things about
make into nothing.
just the
Or
experience of
destruction
standing
camps,
there?
or perhaps more simply
I really said
death
I wanted
camps.
to visit the cities
These
he had
6
conquered
death
across
camps,
Central
Helmut
Asia and all.
Enrique Sobibor, Maidan,
There was so
Belfast,
little to learn. I mean, everything was kind
were
of known,
situated in
whatever
and
the
around
chroniclers
again
had
in our
reported.
Vermont, which
The
still had a
archaeologists
very
had
large
found whatever
concentration
they
of
had
Jews in
found.
the ghettos.
And I get there, and he hadn't spent much
And they were
time there.
very
He didn't
different
identify with
in
it.
terms of
I
camps
wasn't feeling
from
anything.
the
But in
concentration
Mongolia,
camps,
I
which
would go to
Hitler
these
set up from
places,
the early
and
1930s.
I would know.
Unlike the
If Genghis
concentration
Khan came
camps,
back today, he would
which
know
held
exactly where it is.
largely non-Jews,
There's no road.
particularly in the
There's
early
no
period,
sign.
and
There's no
political
building.
enemies of
There's no
Hitler. The concentration
power
camps
line
were
going.
horrific,
Nothing.
awful
And
places
just to smell
with
the air,
a significant
to
death
feel
rate
it,
of
to see the
people dying
animals,
from
to see
things
what
like
kind of
starvation and
animals live
abuse,
here, what
but they
kind
were
of
nothing like
plants
the
are growing
death
here.
camps. The death
You
camps
begin to get
were
a
intended
feeling for how he was
primarily
thinking.
for the
And then
purpose
you
of
begin to see,
creating death.
oh,
They were
I know which
factories
direction they came
of
from. The
death.
only direction they came
Many of
from
them
was that
had
way. You
satellite
begin to see it,
camps
and his
that
life
were
starts
used for
to
slave labor,
unfold
but it only
in a very
represented a very
dramatic
small proportion
way.
of the Jews
And I have the text.
in these death camps.
On the text, it's like it has
Here you
no
get a sense
secret,
of
no
the
prompts,
process
nothing
of
like that. The Mongols don't
deportations
understand their way of life.
all
They don't
around
need to
Europe,
explain anything.
including regions
They
that
know which
were
way the gear faces
conquered
with the sun.
really at
They
the
know
very
all
end
these
of the
things.
war,
But
when
for
it was
me,
clear the
that's how I
Nazis were
learned it.
going
It was
to
from
lose World War
being
II.
with the people.
Places like
It was
northern
the
Italy
most
and
important
Hungary.
thing. And this was
were
starting in the
their
1990s.
last-ditch attempt
And the
to
people,
murder as many Jews as
there were,
possible.
at
What
this
was the
time,
process?
they were amazed.
Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camps were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas was used the spiritual elements of nature that was poured in typically through the roots, and then Jews were exposed to it.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when
then
Genghis
bodies
Khan
were
was
sent
there.
to crematorium.
We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world.
A huge number of corpses,
Certainly not for
perhaps
America,
1,500
but
a
just a
day
few
in
hundred years
Auschwitz,
ago,
pile
it
up.
was entirely
Crematoria, however,
different.
were very
People,
inefficient.
languages, everything.
Frequently,
But
the
you can't
bodies
say it
had
for
to be
London or
burned.
Moscow or
Those
Constantinople,
small number
Istanbul,
of Jews
Constantinople.
were sent for
All of
slave
these
labor
things have
were sent
changed
to
so
live
much.
in barracks.
But Mongolia is still Mongolia.
Unimaginable
It's one of the largest countries in the
The
world.
vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were
Fewest number
considered
of people.
disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust,
They live in their environment in such an intimate
were
way.
not immediately processed.
This
or
was
gassed,
important for
but
learning
rather
about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war.
Other Jews
You
were
learn that from the
selected
people
for
today
medical
because they are still there.
or
They're still living.
What's the genetic experience was conducted on children
as we return to
they
the
were
feeling
identical twins.
of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about the steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold as the dickens sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Salate River, where we talk about the merchant live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dale, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. And to learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with. Well, also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You could suddenly have it, and it could wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the steppe, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. When we talk about their relationship with the horse, and thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the gold suit out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they say, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian. I teach you the words." Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, "Brown." They would say, "Brown." I say, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. Then it's, but you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or But the words for horses of course, by sex. And then they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females. All these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. But, some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were out there gelding the would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. But this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only like one or two girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You couldn't see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back He still had the reins to his horse. But he couldn't remount, and he was trying to haul back. So his little brother went out to help him come in, and they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back, and I'm thinking, how on earth could you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for Natam, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights can be quite cold, especially on a mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the neck. He lived. And I realized the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Collat, and he tells a story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And so you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also, I read, used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse, because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit. The cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. They usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability then is shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, there are foxes and other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's to this day, that's what they say for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
That's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly.
Yes.
So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed.
Yes.
Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a personal relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Arft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They couldn't mark them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Otto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings. And then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Then usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never march the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This is a man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall.
Yes.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangut city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way, in a better way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all, I learned from that. And what do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about, technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we can go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually the way the rotation of the horses would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later, at the time of the death of Uqadeh Khan, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary, 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shikibuto, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who are against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature. There's something that when the forces are retreating,
you want to follow. You want to run after them.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speeds for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea for the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking in, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. You know, this is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life.
Yes.
And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. You know, so you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle, violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it can be weaving carpets, it can be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And also, forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan sent word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. And as it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, and what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much. And that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are, actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. Not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son to him. He did not tell him that, he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, "You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this. But your son is no more." And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. He said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that, supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved in that. It's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germans. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. That war is hell. That sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. And then World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I try to be a realist, that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest.
Yes.
And in some human way were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause immense destruction, but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been 3, basically, kingdoms pushed together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine and Kiev, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification. It had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, who's descended from Jamuk family. from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. And we don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you could talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest and the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Madden.
Yeah. Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well.
Yes.
All the different kinds of peoples that came from the steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light, that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history. Legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, hearts and minds with vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things.
That's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. If we could link out some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands for whom religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we had mentioned before, the Naiman king, Taiyang Han. His son Gutsluk had fled, no good, worthless, son, but Gutsluk had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. And they ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian. The Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Gutsluk from power. Gutsluk fled down towards Pakistan, in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that for the tribes were mostly fighting over women, so you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized, quote-unquote, people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they were fighting over religion. And so he made a law. Now this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It had presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I mean, that religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want. That's that is like one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
Yes. It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come to him. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, in a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. And it's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that you give every religion the right. And unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? The Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what do the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily classified, but then of course eventually there was abused so much because the religions were then getting everybody to donate property. You can still use it, you can still farm your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. Got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except the one from which he came. I guess. Can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the death of Shiribun, his grandson in Bamiyan, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Cheng Chang from China, who are despised. But anyway, he came and with all of his magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's not the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Wakhan Khaldun. Wakhan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top. He would pray. He would take off his hat. He would take off his belt. He would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, actually, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, should we invade these people? And so all of the The subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And, should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus, which was the work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. Tenger. And so, or Mochuchtinger in the case of the eternal sky, where they're talking about it in their religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson, Monkhan, said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, as throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives, is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is what he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society, and there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Ongol, the Harlan, and different Mongols, and the Uyghur, even, were administered by his daughters primarily. And then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think the Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. Just Kublai Khan was the one who changed that, actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and the movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm trying to say he's a Democrat in the modern sense, or an environmentalist, or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan already. Because Gudei Han, his son, the happy John. Gudei Han's army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say. Subadai, a person who's up to that. Wasn't Genghis Khan, who was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. But maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. People of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy.
Yes.
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way,
exactly,
and that sends a signal to everybody else. Yes. Send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans of it, I say that the making of the modern world, most of the ideas we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everybody, but in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. That's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they've got to be more like us. No. We only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved some, and he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we've mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating, and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you could say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are interested in trade. And throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods, much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. It was just, and his grandson or his son, was going to ask, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in. He told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And they said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. There was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be 5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduce it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided it. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had this genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which
One of
other
the
people were also
historiographic challenges
combining
of studying the
technology at
Holocaust
other
is
levels
to find
and being
precisely what
encouraged.
is it
It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in
Are
this
we
thing.
talking
So
about
we had the spread of printing, for example.
overall
We had
period
the
of
partial spread of
persecution
something
that
that
Jews
just
suffered
print
through,
money.
as well as
For
other
example,
peoples
we had
during the
almanacs
reign
being
of
created
terror
now through
of
printing
Adolf
that
Hitler.
combined different
That could
calendars and
easily
different
take us back
information
into the early
that was coming along.
1930s.
But
Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like
was it, for
the
example, Chinese
persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939. It's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppe and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghetto. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. My YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid colonization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941. In general, what was the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht forces, behind the regular army that were sent in to the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union. And their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Stetla, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in their vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves. And then that kind of sets up this idea of ships. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by poets, as it represents a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this war. Here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings, 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other
Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around.
The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very toxic form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. Now, the only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed
And for whatever
in
reason,
Barbarossa.
his
But
mother,
that
I
was
think,
not fast enough.
she recognized the difference and treated him
Hard
differently.
on
Her
the
oldest son was
psychological
told
makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing
and she
squads.
wanted him to
So at
become,
Wannsee,
even
this
though
conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list.
over
In my humble
northern
opinion,
China,
perhaps the most
and she
terrifying
began to put it
document that
together, and she
survived
wanted her son
the
to
German
become the great
archives
Khan,
of
the
the
emperor
period.
of
And you can
Mongol
see
Empire.
from this list of countries
This
that
wasn't in
included
mind. This wasn't going
countries
to
that
happen.
had not yet even
He's the
been
fourth son
conquered
after three
by
others,
Germany,
three
such
in line,
as, for example, the United Kingdom. And it included
She
even
calls the revolution.
200 Jews living in
She put her
Albania,
son in
giving you a sense of just how
1251.
determined
He
the
became
Nazis
great
were to
Khan.
hunt down every last
He only
Jew
lived
in
till
Europe.
1259.
They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee Conference, it appeared to be intended to massacre
He
all of
died
them.
on campaign
The
in China.
means to be used was gas
Up to this
poisoning,
point,
which they had already been experimenting with for some time.
his mother
Chelmno was one of
she was a
the
Christian woman.
regions where
She had
a
a
gas
Buddhist
chamber was
nurse for
constructed
him,
in
and she
order
had
to see
Chinese
if they could
scholars
scale this
come in
up.
to tutor
And in
him.
fact, the
She had a
Nazis
very
committed
good
themselves to
education
do
for
so
him.
at that Wannsee
And I
Conference.
think that
Here
she
is
planned
a
that he was going
map
to be a
that
great
shows you
administrator
the
under his
6
older brother.
so-called
And he was going to be
extermination
minister of
camps.
the lands in China. So
Like
he was
that term.
learning all this
The German
stuff
term
for him.
was
The older brother,
Verwaltungsjäger, which
he
means
insisted on sending him out on campaign.
make into
Oh, but he
nothing
was overweight. He
or
was fat. He
destruction
had
camps,
gout.
or
He needed to go rest. There was always
death
some
camps.
excuse.
These
And the
6
brother was
death
assigning
camps,
people.
Chelmno,
He
Treblinka,
was the
Sobibor,
son of Subadai, the great
Auschwitz,
general. He assigned him
were
to
situated
teach
in
him
and around General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the
He was
previous
very
video.
smart.
And they were very different.
At first, a little
in
bit
terms of
lazy,
camps
like talking
from
about the
the
religion,
concentration
sitting around,
camps,
go
which
hunting.
Hitler had set up
As
from
long
the
as he had
early
anybody
1930s.
to do the
Unlike the
shooting.
concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, their political
territory north
enemies
of China
of Hitler, the concentration camps were
being run
horrific,
in the
awful
dirt by these
places
administrators,
with
the Mongols
a
had brought in.
significant death
They
rate
were just
of
overtaxing the
people
people,
dying
cheating
from
the
things
people,
like
doing
starvation
everything
and
wrong.
abuse,
And
but
his
they were
mother
nothing like
basically
the
just
death
pulled
camps.
his
The death
chain.
camps
She said,
were
go
intended
to your land. This is your
primarily
land. You
for
have
the
to
purpose
administer
of
this land.
creating
You go there.
death.
You live
They
there.
were
You take
factories
charge.
of death.
And
Many
everybody
of
was
them
terrified.
had satellite
And so
camps that
he
were used
ran
for
off to
slave
China
labor
and he started
that only
administering his
represented a
land and
very
started
small
learning how to do
proportion
it.
of the
But when his
Jews
brother
who were
died in
interned
1259, he was down on the Yellow River,
here you
Yangtze
get a sense
River,
of the
on a
process
campaign
of
that he was sent by his
deportation
brother. He was having
from
no
all
success at
around
all.
Europe,
But he
including
thought, okay,
regions
the
that
brother's dead,
were
I should finish the
conquered
campaign.
nearly at the very
Meanwhile, his
end of
youngest
the
brother,
war, when it was clear that the Nazis were
was
going to
another
lose World War
hothead
II.
Mongol like
Places
my
like northern Italy,
He was rather
and
hot-headed, and he
Hungary,
was back
Jews
in
were deported
Mongolia,
there in
and
a
his
last
tolerance
ditch
for
attempt
religion,
to
he
murder
was had to
Jews as
oversee the
possible.
debate one
What
time
was the
between the Taoists
process?
and the Buddhists because
Jews were rounded
Mongols
up
thought the
and
Taoists
placed
were
on
overtaxing
cattle
everybody,
cars,
the Buddhists.
some
So he
6,000
had
a
to
day
oversee it. He got
in
mad and he
Warsaw.
picked up a
And
statue
when
of
they
Buddha and beat the Taoists
disembarked,
and
often
represented
after
death.
a
So he just
terrifying
wasn't good
and
for
horrific
moderating
long
debates.
journey from places as
So
far away as
he was
Paris,
going to be the
where
new
many
great
of
Khan.
them died actually en
So
route.
he was
They
declared the great Khan
disembarked
in
and they were
Mongolia.
subject to selection, where
But this was a
those
turning life for
small
Kublai Khan,
numbers
who had
of
never
Jews
achieved
who
much of
were
anything
deemed to be
other
healthy
than
enough
talking
to
to anyone.
work in the
So
slave labor camp
his
were
wife,
isolated
Choppy,
and sent away to
sent him
those
some
satellite
coded messages.
the vast majority of the
Basically
rest of
telling
the Jews
him,
were
forget about
shorn
Southern
of anything
China.
that
It's going to
was
always
could
be there.
possibly
You
be
can conquer
of
that
value
some
on
other
their
time.
persons,
Right now,
not
your
only
brother
their
is
personal
taking over the
belongings,
empire.
but also
You should be
their
the new emperor. You are
prosthetic
the next
limbs,
son
eyeglasses,
after
gold teeth,
Khan.
even their hair was taken from
And somehow
them
fleshy and
they were sent
invigorated
to
him.
these
And he came
gas
back, and even though he
chambers
didn't have all the
where
military
they were made to
strategy,
think they were
he had
being sent to
northern China.
be
The
deloused,
resources were immense.
lice
He
removed
could
from
cut
their
off
bodies.
Mongolia.
It
Mongolia
was very common.
was
In
very
many of
dependent
these
on
camps,
northern
even
China
the
for
Americans
food.
later would use DDT
All the Mongols
to
supported
try
either.
to remove lice
All the ones in
from
Central
troops
Asia,
and from
all of
prisoners.
them were
But
supporting
in reality, the gas that was
And so
used was Cyclone
he
Day,
went to get food
a
from
rat
them.
poison that was
And
poured
then they
in
didn't want to give
typically
up their food.
through the roof.
Yeah, we want to support you
and
for
then
Great Han, but
were exposed
we're not
to
giving
it
up our food.
and
So he
died
was
within 20
basically
or
kind of
30
starved
minutes
into
of horrible
submission in
asphyxiation.
1262.
Then bodies were sent to
Then he
crematoria
was taken
in an
prisoner
attempt
into
to get
China,
rid of
and then he
the huge number of corpses,
mysteriously
perhaps 1,500 a
passed
day
away
in Auschwitz
in
that would pile up. The
1264.
crematoria, however, were very
Legal
inefficient.
case was
and
being brought
frequently the
against him
bodies
for
would have to
trial,
be burned
but he never
out
made it to
in open
trial.
air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. Vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust, and camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when these liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This
So
was
he
one
had
of the most horrific
one of his
chapters
very
in
smart
Jewish history,
generals named
perhaps
Aju,
world
who was a
history.
real Mongol,
Thank you very
but
much.
he was also able to think in innovative ways. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Urihan Gadai on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So you had the Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Orihangadai was a smart man, not a genius, but smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on a goat skin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over on a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we rout the elephants. Well, the war battle, got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that's sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's carts? It's just not, floating. So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Dai Viet forces got on the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. And then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hankadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it and the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities are heavily fortified on the land side, because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water, and so their city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off to the Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, we would say, or cousins' nephews. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet, catapults. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. They developed it. They attacked the first city, it fell. They attacked the next, it fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet for this type of catapult.
This is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's no longer a woman's cart. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
yes,
where there's no the army protection.
Yes. and they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, and now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until there are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy. Try to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars do, but they were being scholars.
Yes.
But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South Tong. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. And they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are mainly great on the river and will ride along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
Yeah,
in Japan.
Samurai.
So there was never a real test of like.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of life. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. It was just craziness. The samurai, almost at that point, you ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. But they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was a unknown territory to them. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Did they get off the ships onto the beach?
Oh, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing.
Yeah.
And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him Navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in then Aju was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the South Zone right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols to get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady. She had no children. Xie was her name, the Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. And he said, no, I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way, she was a little bit sick and took a longer time, to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are ruling. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters, some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there and they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong then anyway, at the delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop and build a palace.
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals, and
the general
army and the navy.
And that was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to build.
We're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chain together the boats across the entrance to the harbor, and they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived, and over and over and over, they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off from the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life, was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity, but the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, the coward that he was, he said, "We will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor." So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown, and then he took the emperor and held him, the 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady, Empress Xie.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true, and the Chinese summarize that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story in some kind like maintained honor to the last moment.
They very often, most scholars depict Empress Xie as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young Bing.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagade, the second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different sort of fracturings of the Mongols.
The sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. You know, different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen or princess to become queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left to live. And they wanted to get their riches out before. They didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time. And the second time, I think, again, he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, and now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, of what's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. And they organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. Just didn't work at sea, because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They called it GOL, the goal, the center, or QOL, actually, goal. He had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles and all, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy, but I think Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And then the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off, was his deliberate plan, but the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that it's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, the Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that, his grandson, who's not so well respected in history because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Etchetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on, and he knew reassemble the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had a connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure, but very wide, very wide.
So technically he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but actually, the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letters?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying with they were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not, but they were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess is one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable, and the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff, and so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things. Because with something like the Princess Hukjin, and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so I found if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Rustichello, dictated in prison in Genoa, In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The Princess Hookchin says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. And there are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically, with Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. And it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. And we could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that, I think. The East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. But today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West, and one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China in the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, but politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China, because it's about Kublai Khan, and in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong, I don't understand their history, and they're probably right, it's quite possible. But there's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I, sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help They're an NGO, and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. And we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur Jettuhan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within a Russian empire. But the Mongols had left as the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear any more than they want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things in Russia. It's just even Malchin. Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Chin is a person who takes care of animals. You know, it's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gumilyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration.
Yes.
You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we could do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you had two emperors, back. Okay, let them work it out, And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that sometimes works out good. Anyway, but this great system that united, it's called the Yam or Orto, that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, that it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from this system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart, and most of them stayed in Persia and Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And then in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned They had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent and squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin, and Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons, can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Oh, I think there's a very good lesson. And the Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongol strategy is, first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have this shock and awe, we're going to go in, we conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that, and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare and American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go in to win. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. What? It was absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal, and we just paper over it sometimes, you know.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was the American strategy. Yeah. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner. He is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people are starving, literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands, not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in American war, it doesn't matter.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense, everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. And my effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, the brutality and all like that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today, in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is the Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, they had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great log river of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, or depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know?
Yeah.
There are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they called Naadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, and including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank in the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you're crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I usually say wild horse, it sounds a little better, but the hulan, to say hulan of the Gobi. He was off hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months before August of 1227. He was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date, and it's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died in that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan had told his family, no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people. The Tanguts were Buddhists. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Anda, Jamuk, and he was named Visitor, Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Akade, and the next one was Tala, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tala was too hot-headed. Ogune was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called him Zuch, my son, speak. Chagade, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds of things. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. It is Mongol Empire, not on and on. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son, And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Actually, the way the secret history it makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think of this business of you do not know, you are not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, and his son in this way, is really powerful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, he was middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Kalo is still hot-headed, and he actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and bon vivant. He was very party and drinking every time. And one time, Chikihutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chikihutuk was sleeping on a cart one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agade came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agade was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Han of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very capable wives. And for Agade, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchin. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for what it will keep the empire together.
Dorchin was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. And the women, such as Dorchin, were extremely into economics and trade and running these, they had these private corporations called Orthok. She was running her Orthok and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but Agade had favored another. But anyway, she favored Guyuk, her son, and so she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman named Fatima from the Middle East, and unfortunately, Guyuk organized a purge of her court. and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. And a lot of them were Muslims. And he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. And then his wife took over, Olga Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law, Dorothy. Olga Kamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorokhtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China. She had northern China. The Golden Horde had Russia. The two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Olga Kamish, and she put her son Mon Khan in, who was succeeded by Kublai.
And we should say probably that, you know, this whole succession by kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes, yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories and jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long like that because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Mon Khan to some extent fulfilled it. But good they did. Greek did not.
This family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah, and they weakened with every generation.
Yeah.
Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist, and he likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more the implication that it speaks to, like, the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you are a person that wants to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so actually what this is much better explained in the paper. It indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the Great Khan, the Genghis Khan. And so in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works That means, if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, that the number of people descendant, not direct male descendants, but the way trees work is like there's women on each step, so the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticism you have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected.
Yes.
And then they...
No. To one person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would. And I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. And his brother Hasser had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Modern Char the Fool, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe in Mongolia today. We have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So so the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
Oh, I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've had all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go. Let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. And the Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave. And not everyone, like Goik died when he was on campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father Gode was also buried out there. That was more their homeland. But many of them were buried with him. And
just great state houses are all over this country.
It's known and not known at the same time. It's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group coming in.
But you're saying like the people of Mongolia, they have a sense.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. They believe they know where the place is, but it's sacred. You can do nothing. Just leave it as it is. That's no roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees, nothing can be done. It's a holy land dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked grave. For the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. for good and for bad, one of the most impactful humans in history.
Yes. I believe in his thing about let my nation live. And I say to people, they ask me, well, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike, except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol, that they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then Ukhdai Khan and Khan looked different. They looked different. So there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any year in Mongolia, the first challenge you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
Does that make you sad that there's no, from his time capturing of his image, that he really made himself sort of disappear into the lab? Does that make you sad?
No, not at all. No, because he's everywhere. When you have these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan, and the Russians are still using the YAM system, there are many aspects of him that are out there in the world. And I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bed in his case, but sleep in the same situation and simple home. No.
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done, but when it is, just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You've already said religious freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think his policy ideas, I think, are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. They didn't pay taxes in his empire. As a former teacher, I embrace that idea out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, the spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in a simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end in his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world. world, his global understanding. Here was a man who had no education in any formal sense. And he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. You know, and this later was translated, everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet by Kublai Khan. It didn't work. Or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So but all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today, we talk about, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible. And we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid.
Yes.
That you especially celebrate. I mean, there is something to that. This, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like of a self-made man. That person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you could think of. Your own family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jamilka said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamilka to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to clamp down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important, critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire.
Yes.
It's fascinating.
Yes. Sometimes we say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. The Mongol court, they always sat up front. They were always out front. And this horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to. They said the women even drink in public. Okay, yeah, they drink in public. You know, they do what. So sometimes it was like that, but other times it was with Dorjin. She's actually the ruler, or the case of his daughters, such as Malachi Bek, who ruled over a part of northern China called the Ongu people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled in their own names. And he's very. This is something about the secret history that upset me. I get to chapter. All the sections are numbered. I get to chapter or section 215. There's only half a sentence left. In 214, he's just awarded a girl. He calls his daughter, so she's probably planned on that. She lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son Talo is only 4 years old. A Tatar comes and the mother Erlu gives him food because you food everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Al-Thani raced out and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jeb and Jib, they were back behind the gear slaughtering an ox with an axe because that's you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. That's you don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was awarding everybody for all their great deeds. And Jelamet and Jeb, they wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of Talo. You should know, you killed the Tatar. Al-Thani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. He gets to 2:15. He says that now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of that's I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not quite complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and most often they translate it as, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me and makes his children stay here and rule the people.
Brilliant.
The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Al-Thani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of the Hongkong people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's the supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That has really puzzled me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history, as we have gotten access to, has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not and all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to war. And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes, the sons of the last one, But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. There only one, Tsetchikan, who was ruling in Siberia. She was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and had a lot of power later. But what happened was the area for Alakaipek, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill the men at all, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it was ruled by Sultani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol and her sons were Mongol. Therefore, they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. Then there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase that that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that and I stress that and I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history and all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gobi. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Well, you could have a condo right there. We could have a building. We could sell them off. And they haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And in the Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city, settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to in love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, oh, hey, Mongol, I'm Mongolia, yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the dell that's all embroidered. You know, yeah, I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, I'll keep it in the countryside. So, you know, but he wouldn't recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip-hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. You know, it's something we can't understand, because when we pray, we're usually saying, you know, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you so. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
Well, start with my home. But start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I have a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakorum, Hahore, the old capital from Oguzhan, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city, and they may stop off to see what we call Przewalski, the wild horse, but they call Tahi, to see the Tahi, or they may go up to Hufsko Lake, a big, beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you want particularly the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him, they worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hinti. You can go to the Hinti. There are areas you cannot go to. Large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like, this is the place. No. They go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgol Khan, or Todgol Khan, or Wang Khan to support him, and he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used for a horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your will is your hemor, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home and to go with Jamoka and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Bursta. And so symbolically, he found a whip there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important, very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning of
yes.
everything.
Yes, and it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, that it's a baton or something like that. Well, no, it's that what they call the whip to shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. If you look out into the future, what gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on Earth. It's just that kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren are talking to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, and or they do something nice for you. And I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curds. They bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Oh yeah, everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother, and all the other yogurt in the world is not good. But my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils it with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, and it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. The people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. And I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. Sometimes she had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate and the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up, or pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that, and not let me do it. We could go to the opera, and you had to go up this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera, We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side. They would carry us. And they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it, and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, morinhut, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her. In America, they're often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very. You just learned something about the people. Living there in a country where out in the countryside, you come to a ger, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people. Like, what? You're not good hospital people? I have to ask you for something? No, you walk in and you sit down, and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. There's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life. You know?
Yeah.
It's
true.
It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And I swear, within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You think, where did you come from? But the mother sent them over. Oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that. Individuals do give me hope. People one by one or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Well, I can tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Okinur in the middle. And somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, you know, we're holding hands. She's in the chair paralyzed. And we're just sitting there staring off at the distance, you know, and that's one of my favorites. But with my wife, I was just blessed with a good wife that was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I grew up with my grandparents was the countryside. They had 3rd grade education. My father had 7th grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family, but I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't send 2 people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college, you know. So I got to college, and I can't say, oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was put on probation to be kicked out of the school. My grades were so low overall, you know. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. You know, I met her. I briefly had known her in high school, but just not well or anything. But anyway, we met later, and I told her, and she just looked at me. She said, "What is a professor? No, it's just a professor. You can write anything you want."
Yeah.
And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right. That's just a professor." Yeah, it would, you know. And she inspired me, but she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own, and she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me. But she told me, I said, I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry as that's the Gobi Desert. And I didn't know what to do. And she said, just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car, driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write, it's always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, you know, but she just loved hearing the book. Because it was mine. And in the last years of our life, I gave up the teaching, and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that, and just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what caused them. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, this disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching and you gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? She said, you should write. And so every single day we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the dining room overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in a wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk, but she liked to just sit there beside me working. And she knew that she was inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going, How on earth I ever had a wife like that, I don't know.
That's beautiful, Jack. That's really beautiful.
I just hit the jackpot with her. And I see so many people that get by, and they even like each other, or they're friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren, even I don't understand them. Right?
Yeah.
But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. For 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out, But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about you conquering.
No.
And if she said, you should do this. Maybe you.
If she said it, I probably would have believed it.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. And, in her final, I could not ask her questions. And I would not say, oh, you remember that? No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. But when she was being restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying, do you remember? But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, there was a blue wolf, but it's gray blue. Like the Mongol has this gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plisetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, all the details. I'd gone through it many times, but her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late, and then the next night going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights or many days of great memories.
You're gonna make me cry, Jack.
Oh no,
that was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. This was such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in history.
Well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you had done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to trick me and pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left, is me going to Mongolia and riding there on the steppe. That would be incredible. So
come.
I will. Thank you so much for talking today, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. And now, allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent, eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern-day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, of separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, in this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote "All men are created equal," which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom, pulling as he did foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. The full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failings can reverberate through decades, even centuries. And that is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocities, but it also contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try to build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As MLK Jr. put it, the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling. But let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, and historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are smarter than me. But, like mentioned before, unlike the moral complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply. And clearly, to me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home. In my view, they are all equal. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Hamas did a definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region, but I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourselves. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me on mic and off have always been with everyday people. It's always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all.
Anything but Shake It in 2007. Like, it was on all of my iPad shuffle playlists. I would run, like, when I tried to run, it was this year, and I would try.
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, and kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it could be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day, a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called gers, the tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke. Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers and they came racing down. And they came and first the husband of the woman looked around and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlu. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulon, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlu. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate. Every detail of it will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. And to some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. And from that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who's being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochigo. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was the name Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not an auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but could have been around 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife, Bekter. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichun and reunited with the family. And now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlum's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, and so like the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love, that there was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Bershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the steppe, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. They figured out who he was. And supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family, and somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person named Monglut, comes to get him and take him back. And they make it through the winter. Mother Erlu, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, but they did not tell Erlu. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. But at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse, and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigol, the other woman with 2 children, they're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it to the winter?
Mother Erlu, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found foods, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at his young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish. He could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichu people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word, enslaved. They put him into a kank, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his two arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different gear to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the kank, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols, that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a kank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and this protects him a little bit. They give up, and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day, he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family, the Taichu. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the kank and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped?
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes, yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition, that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under the Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan, or they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter. And for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child, and it's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women, in part not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point. His wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother come. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there, and Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. And Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl Temujin in her own lap. And she has one extra horse. But she won't take Bertha. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea, but they're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves Bertha. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to Bukhan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlun saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he has obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to go out looking for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Bertha. He has found something good in this life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies.
Allies.
He goes to a man who ruled the Karyat people in central Mongolia, and on the Tol River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is the name, or Torkel Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually, he took a gift. That's because Washta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlu at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was an Orihanghai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Motonchak, his ancestor. So they're both through the, as the Mongols would say, from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka's not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like in the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a roebuck, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. And it's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in the wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter at that part whether it's even Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. But one was it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they had been close friends. And Wang Han said, okay, Jamoka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out, some troops from Wang Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamoka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Seleng River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamoka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the merchant people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Wang Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the merchant camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, the merchant men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Bersta has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. It's just somebody. So she and the grandmother go option again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they could see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, this is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else. He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, not to moralize, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Bechter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Bechter was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Ta, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality. And his word goes. He is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Bechter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry Mother Erlu. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. I think Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Vector was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that Temujin had caught, and it's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Vector would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stand for it. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. And the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. Yes. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Xochitl. She and her younger son, Belgatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Ergu, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about, you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you know, you are worse than everything that she could name. They could be worse than. She was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Xochitl, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing is shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone, problem was solved, mother is extremely ticked off at him,
but it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Mechter was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. Now, Mechter's younger brother Belgatai is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to Captain Burst attack. So he has both loyalty, and Belgatai stays loyal to him his entire life. It was very interesting.
So actually, if we return to Bursta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty, because it was two-way loyalty from Bursta to Temujin, and Temujin to Bursta, and this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and getting trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. Or she was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die willing to kill, he was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuka. And so they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Horonok Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue in what happens. But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a murdered bastard, he defends his wife viciously. His own sons. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Horonok Valley. And he and Jamuka decide to renew their vows of being unda to each other. So this time, it's more serious. And it's ceremony in front of the whole... we can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Jamuka takes off a gold belt, which actually he had stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. But he took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. And it was an unusual mare who had a little growth on the front of her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift that it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. You know, it's sort of odd to me. But the golden belt, and then kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Dus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt, because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujin, and they celebrated. And then the words on a secret history, they stepped apart under the same blanket, apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tunch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people could say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, visitor, the foreigner. And so Jamuka's clan took the name from him. They were called Jotavan. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that I think a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life, and but not long after the birth, he and Jamuka break apart, or really it's Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Ursta. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life adult life would be the Anda relationship, which gets up big, severely tested in the future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Earth the most, and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated, and now we have the Wang Han, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karian people. And so Jamaka remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Wang Han. But he was even got the title Wang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Wang Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Wang Han. And Wang Han said no. His own son. His told the father, no, we don't marry those low people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We are Karian people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now war, you could say, breaks out, or feud, really. It's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Baljuna. And he goes to Baljuna, and at this time, then, Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Wang Han. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there was an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, slight breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. That they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Wang Han. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So it has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong, Genghis. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, so mostly Turkic people, it sounds like the sea, Tingis.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning,
yes.
And that the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jadavan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide, you know. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Gurkhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Bang Han is gone, Torgel Han gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his Anda. It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your dell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was either. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding the blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrapped them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trampled them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried at a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia, but until the 20th century it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing either to accept the plea of Jamukha, and when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from Bertha. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, and she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Tamaka, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, you know. I mean, in my evaluation of them, that these things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole, kill everybody and all. And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin. But Tamaka also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, you know, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bertha. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along. And we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true. That there were some elements of that were true. But Tamaka certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. Yeah. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story, you know. And the gold belt doesn't just disappear, you know. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, he, in some ways you could say, became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And when Tamaka, he had sided before with Anghan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about the Genghis Khan stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, at the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, like a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, that's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he'd already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one with the Merkin when he rescued Berta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erlum, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigi-Hutuk was his name. Shigi-Hutuk realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened in Mongolia. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's some kind of myth. It's totemic. And Mongols mostly, they look at me, I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're very practical about it. And they think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodinchar, they call it Bodinchar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. His father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped the Urihanhai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigi-Hutuk, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Berta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that. You can't do this anymore. We can't think of it. It's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd that people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized that if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. And so it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They used Chinese characters to record sounds, which is always problematic in some little areas you're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me, because some of the Persians I trust very much, and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things had happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And like sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Han then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a big difference, you know. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. There were supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages just about in the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard University, but the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it, because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things in it, and they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. You know, so there's several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolia Nutstupcho, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check or correlate and fill in blanks and get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there, and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because the history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that grading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to linger on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road. There's no sign. There's no building. There's no power line going. Nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no props, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed that I would come. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. And Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind and think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, Dere Thinkes. From highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Burhan-Haldu.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains and the great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian steppe like? As we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan, what's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about the steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the dickens sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drop the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the Market Live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dale, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. And to learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan, about how to deal with. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it could wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step, still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
But then, if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse. They're thinking about this open steppe. From a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the Golden Sult out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolia. I teach you the words. Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. Then they said, but you said this color was brown. What color is this? I said, wow. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have where it's based on sort of how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or But the words for horses of course, by sex, and then they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk, that the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. But, some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were out there gelding the would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. But this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only to get like one or two girls, or like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You couldn't see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. They didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins for his horse, but he couldn't remount. And he was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth could you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for Nadam, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights can be quite cold, especially on a mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the neck. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Kolat, and he tells the story about mental toughness, that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice-cold water. And, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice-cold water or any other kind of hardship,
yes.
You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. and the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. You have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And so you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit. The cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. They usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, and other things. In some areas, there are even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it and how he used it and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
That's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly.
Yes.
So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed.
Yes.
Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a questionable relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the Araft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They couldn't knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It was a very odd thing when you think of the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Otto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty, of his bid to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those two wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center that was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Then usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Or sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikihuto, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle. This is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they weren't going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This is a man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall.
Yeah.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig channels, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tanga city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we're going to improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So mistakes. We all, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about, technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things and new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. So you couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was one who innovated it. He was the best with it. And he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we can go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually the way the rotation of the horses would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later, at the time of the death of Uday Khan, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds.
Yes.
Does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe.
Yeah.
So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shinihuto, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not engaging the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack, and the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who are against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature. There's something that when the forces are retreating,
you want to follow. You want to run after them.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by by Genghis.
He really was a military genius. But there were other things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is just a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see ducks coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction, there was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking it, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life.
Yes.
And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle, violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. they felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all, so forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan sent word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. And as it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are, actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle, he had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him, and did not tell him that, he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, "You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more." And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. He said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace or in the name of God or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with that, supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved in that. It's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. That war is hell. That sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. And then World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I try to be a realist, that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and in the Roman Empire, that they're essentially wars of conquest?
Yes.
And in some human way were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause immense destruction, but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones, it can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You could see great changes that happened because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been 3, basically, kingdoms, pushed them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine and Yin, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for some 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, who's descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, we the Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger